Oh, Stacy, we're here. It's that time.
Oh my gosh. Hello. How is everyone today? You might all be wondering why we're gathering here. And if you are, we can redirect you to the title. This is the second annual SANS Healthcare Forum. The reason we're here, well, the importance of cybersecurity and patient safety has never been more prevalent. Organizations face these ever-evolving threats to their complex systems and devices that put patient safety and privacy at risk. So with that, we're all here. And today, we've gathered some of the top experts across the field in information security to discuss these topics that should be at the top of your mind whenever it comes to healthcare. So we're here to provide you with the information you need to stay in the know. And as Rich had said earlier, well, who am I? I'm Stacy. I'm a senior solutions engineer here at SANS, and that's just a fancy way of saying I'm a huge nerd. I'm one of your hosts today, alongside my esteemed colleague, Rich, who I will let introduce himself as well.
Thank you so much, Stacy. Thank you, everybody, for joining us this morning. As Stacy said, I as well am a senior solutions engineer with SANS, which really just means we get to spend our whole day helping absolutely everybody we can fulfill all their goals and dreams and whatever capabilities and solutions we can find. But it is an exciting day today for sure. You saw the amazing lineup at the promo. We have some phenomenal speakers, as Stacy mentioned, and I am super excited to get into this. I know for me, it's morning. I know for Stacy, it's morning. I'm curious, do we have anybody? Are you coming in late? Did you wake up late to show up? Are you coming in super early? Where are you coming from? These are things we want to know. For me, it's 10 o'clock in the morning in North Carolina. Stacy?
Yeah, it's 9 a.m. here in Oklahoma. Got a lot of people across the world. I see someone down under in Texas.
Well, there's so many. Senegal, Texas, Massachusetts. I don't know what time it is. Well, for most of those people, it'd be about the same time as we are. I'm curious if we have anybody that says super early or super late, or really my two. I'm curious. Yeah. Post your time if you can for me. Let me know what time it is where you're at, where you're viewing this from.
And if it's morning, what type of coffee or tea are you drinking?
Hopefully just black coffee, Stacy.
Oh, for me, my preference, I do like black coffee. However, I did get this white chocolate mocha creamer that is fantastic. Highly recommend. Ooh, Prague and London. This is great. We have people all across the world.
That is absolutely amazing. Stacy, I have a question.
Yes.
Is there any giveaways happening today?
I am so glad you asked. One of my favorite things to do is to give away things for free and give away discounts. So we have a lot of that on the repertoire today. We have some prizes that we plan on giving out. There's going to be 2 different drawings. One is kind of in the middle of the event, and the other will be at the end. Rich, do you want to cover what prizes we're going to be giving away?
Absolutely. I would love the chance. So what we have for everybody today is up front, we have 5 $750 discounts to our training, right? So get on there when the poll comes up, put in the keyword or hashtag, get in there for that drawing. You have to be present to kind of accept that gift or that reward and go with it. At the end of the show, we will have a NetWars Core Continuous offering that will also be up for the drawing.
Yes, and that's going to be a really fun one. If any of you haven't tried NetWars before, the NetWars Core Continuous is a way that you can just have it kind of isolated and you can chisel away at it and be able to figure out those challenges and really be a cyber expert as far as capture the flags and ranges are concerned. So what I'm going to do next is I'm going to queue up one of our first speakers. And if you haven't heard of her before, she is an absolute digital forensics legend. You know her, you love her. Heather Mahalik is here today to talk about securing the patient. Hi, Heather.
Hi, thank you both for having me.
Absolutely.
It's also 10 a.m., a little after 10 here outside of Philadelphia, and sadly, I'm onto water. I've already exhausted my coffee.
Also have water. Want to have, 2 cups of water for every coffee.
Oh, well, that's good. I try my best.
I absolutely love it. Well, thank you, Heather. Thank you for being here. We really are excited to hear what you have to say. The floor is yours.
Okay. All right. Welcome, everyone. I am here to talk about securing the patient. Now, when we say securing the patient, what does that actually mean? We can all be a patient, correct? So I want you to think about this in regards to yourself, potentially your parents, potentially your friends, your family, your little ones, if you have children. So think about everything we do as a whole and how we may actually breach security ourselves, because we overall, the human risk is the greatest risk. So I want to talk to you about all of these things. A little bit about me. And speaking of risk taking, this is probably the only time I would ever do this. I was teaching in Hawaii and decided to jump out of a plane. Yes, it was a fully functional plane. And I know that's always the joke. I have been doing DFIR and InfoSec for December will actually be 21 years. So I'm creeping up on that. At SANS, I'm the DFIR curriculum lead. I am responsible for all DFIR courses, everything that's incoming, outgoing, the authors, all that fun stuff. I also author a course, the Smartphone Forensic course, and I am a faculty fellow instructor. I have a day job and I work at Cellebrite. I am the Senior Director of Community Engagement. And what that means is I'm just kind of the voice outward and the voice inward. You can see the other things. I love good wine. I love good bourbon. I'm getting married in 2 months and I will have 4 children at that point. So busy, busy, busy. Research keeps me sane. But as you can see, with all these things going on in my life and all these moving parts, I don't know if you can see behind me, I have a lot of phones, lots of computers surrounding me at all times. I have to be really security aware. And I want to share everything I think about and have been researching with you just to help you along your path. So let's get started. First, let's talk about phones. Let's talk about, so our tablets, our phones. When you think about these, my tablet, I won't lie, it sits back here on my shelf most of the time. But my phone, this goes everywhere with me all the time. We sleep with them on our nightstands. Sadly, most of us have to admit we take them into the restrooms with us. They are always attached to us. It is rare to see someone get up and walk away without taking their phone with us. If I had a choice right now, if someone came in and said, we're going to take one of your devices to do some counterintelligence on you, which one are you giving? I could tell you I'm not giving my phone. I would probably give my work computer. So that is where we think about the most personal device. Considering that, how vulnerable is it? So is there any risk of this and everything we look at from a DFIR perspective? So if you're considering incidents and breaches, can this be the cause? And the answer is absolutely. The mobile risk is the greatest because we also become a little bit of a lazier human. If you think about it, like I like for my phone, I want to be able to swipe up. I want to be able to unlock it with my face. I want to be able to click on an app and have it remember me. I don't want to be annoyed with all the additional hurdles of logging in. Also something to consider is most of us need this to unlock our computers, our workstations. We get our authentication codes this. So how are we going to secure these? What can we do differently? What are we possibly doing wrong? If you think of bring your own device, it does change the name of the game because you're using your own device for personal and work, and that can really complicate things. I know a lot of people don't like carrying more than one device around, so that's something to consider. But what are the actual dangers? And I want to walk you through some of these scenarios here on what could be a potential danger. I hope nothing on this slide is new to you, but I want to give you some different perspective and some different flair on this. Weak access controls. Everyone is guilty of reusing passwords. If you say you're not, I applaud you. Stacy should award you some kind of discount because we do it. I do it. I do these talks all the time. I rely on a password manager, but even in my password manager, if I look at my screen and I'm looking over at my other computer right now, it will tell me reuse passwords. So even in a password manager, I'm guilty of this. Lack of two-factor authentication or multi-factor authentication. This is something to really, really consider. If you have the option on your third-party applications or your workplace to set an authentication code, you should do that. I will tell you, last week, it was interesting. Someone was trying to access my Microsoft account, and I kept getting a code to my phone, and I got emails saying, someone is trying to access your account. If this isn't you, you can just ignore this, or you can log in and change your password. Pay attention to those messages. And it happened for about 3 days straight. I had the backup, so no one got access to my account. But why is someone trying to access that? Why is it of interest to them? Something else you have to consider is, what do you put out in the world that could be used to crack your potential passwords? So when we look at personal information that is publicly available, whether it's on, let's say, Facebook or Instagram or anything else, what are we actually providing? So are you wishing people, let's say birthday, everyone wishes you a happy birthday. So people are like, okay, now I know Heather's birthday. Your children's names, your pet names, your nicknames. If you're sharing that stuff on social media, most often those things are what are used to get access to your security. So if, let's say, you're trying to log into something and you have the option to do, I forgot my password, and it says, where did you go to college and pet's name, and you can name that and then reset a password, that is awful. You need to have something beyond those layers, because most of us are guilty of putting that stuff out there. We don't even think about it. I did a talk at RSA a few years ago, and I shared an example of social media, like phishing, where it's just something is collecting on you. And it had me answer all these questions. Some of the questions were like mother's maiden name. We don't even think about it. You just want to know which Disney princess you are. So you enter all these passwords, and not passwords, all of these credentials and answers that you don't know who's collecting on the back end. So be really, really careful with that. As far as phishing and smishing, at some point, people will be tricked. I think one of the hardest things with smishing when you're getting a text message is anytime. So September is like wine delivery time for me. And I'll get something from FedEx saying we couldn't deliver your package. If you look closely at the address sending it to you, obviously that helps you. Holidays, I know it makes it tricky too when you're waiting on packages to come for gifting. Just be careful what you do. Make sure you are using credentials that are strong. Make sure you are rechanging your passwords and you're using multi-factor authentication on everything possible. Now, I want to show you where things could go wrong. Let's pretend this is me, and maybe I'm in a hospital. Maybe I'm you. Maybe I'm the patient. Maybe I'm someone in the waiting room. This is what this is going to look at like. So single sign-on. I go to access something through work, through my phone. I get a verification code. Great. So when I enter my verification code, I get access to corporate email, your cloud storage, all the things, possibly patient records, whatever you have the need to know to access. Now, the biggest problem, that's a verification code. What happens if I change my phone number? What happens if someone has access to my device? What happens if someone has access to a trusted device and that person is no longer me? So now with that one simple PIN, they have access to all of your things. Now, when this comes up, one of the top questions I get are push notifications better than a text message? Is getting a code that you have to put in an authenticator through an app better than a text message? And this is where it all depends. I would say the text message, from my experience, is probably the easiest to breach, meaning someone can easily get access to that, versus a push notification where if you miss it, you have to do it again. You have to be active on that device. So just consider how easy it is for your codes to fall into the wrong hands. So we really have to be thinking about these things. Now let's leave mobile device for a minute and let's think about our homes. Could a breach of our home lead to a breach at work? And the answer is yes. When people start targeting you or getting access to your things, if they are aware of passwords and anything else you're doing, it's very easy to reuse those items to then haunt you, which isn't good. I use all of the things listed here. So I do have Alexas in my house. I hope she doesn't pick up and start. She's listening now. I do have a Google Home. I use door cams and thermostats by Nest. I have all of them. I obviously have Wi-Fi. That's how I'm talking to you. I have a NAS storage. And I know someone at SANS recently had their NAS storage attacked and ransomed. That's awful. That's where all of my stuff is. So you really have to protect these things. You don't want any of these things to be hacked. You don't want anything to become ransomed and encrypted and locked down from you. So you really have to think about, how are you securing these things? Are you using the same passwords for your Amazon login, which is then Alexa, as Google, as your Nest thermostats? Is your Wi-Fi just admin and password? Think about these things. Something I always recommend too is take a look at your Wi-Fi and see the devices that are connected. This could really help you prevent something from going downhill. Now, that final thing there, I think the greatest risk, and no one ever talks about this, I'm always asked to talk about securing your children, how to protect your kids and their digital footprint. What about our parents? Let's think about AI right now. I hear all the time that people are saying, oh, my parents were sending a check to this ransom every single month because they were threatened that if they didn't, their computers would be locked down. Do your parents have backups? Do your parents have a password manager? Do your parents understand what a legacy account is on their mobile device or on social media? There are so many things that I need you to think about. And what I'm going to do probably next month is I'm going to write a paper that I want to release through SANS for free, and everyone can have access to it, on securing the generations, meaning us, our parents, our children, with just simple tips on ways to set things up properly so that nothing gets hacked, because I feel like once something is breached, it just goes down that nasty path of continuation. And we don't want that. We don't want that whole snowball effect to happen to us or anyone we know or care about. So I'm going to provide that. Keep your eye out for it. If you follow me on social media, I'll make sure I put it on LinkedIn, Twitter, and everything else. Securing the family. I did this whole production with SANS, I think 2 years ago now, maybe 3 years ago. And we talked about everything from backup, child parent security, giving your kids enough privacy that they are responsible, but not so much privacy that you have no idea what's happening on their devices, because that can also be really dangerous. But I also educate you on just how to be aware. And then back to the artificial intelligence again. We can't fear it. It's there. We have to educate our children on what to do with it. We have to teach them how it could actually help them with schooling, but how it could also hurt them. Last year, RSA, I used AI to train me on how to talk like a 9-year-old so I could try to fish my own son in order to get him to tell me where he lived. So it's very scary what it can be used for. But I think the worst thing we can make, the biggest mistake we can make in this world, is fearing technology. So we don't want to fear it. We want to learn it. We want to adjust. We want to go with it. But I strongly recommend checking out Securing the Family. I talk about, there's tip sheets provided for free on how to secure your backups, how to change Wi-Fi passwords, securing your home in general. So please take a look at that and check it out. Let's get back to you. What happens when you make a mistake? I can tell you I've made a mistake. I have clicked on things that maybe I shouldn't have. I work with extremely smart people all the time. Recently, I work with someone who he admitted that he clicked on a link and he shouldn't have, and then he deleted it, but IT had caught it. It was a phishing link. So what are you supposed to do if something goes wrong? And one of the biggest mistakes that I think organizations make is they don't ensure that you will be safe of keeping your job if you report a mistake. So think about this. Let's say I clicked on something. I'm like, ooh, that's really bad. I shouldn't have clicked on that. And I just delete it. But the fact that I clicked on something, maybe it was one-click malware, and now something is on my system and potentially traversing the network. If you make a mistake, there has to be a safe way for you to report. And this is super, super important. I did a talk in London for some CISOs, and this is what came up. Everyone worries about the reporting. Also, if someone reports a security risk, it must be taken seriously, because things will go wrong. People will make mistakes. I think human risk far outweighs insider threat. Human risk means we make mistakes. We get wrapped up in our daily lives. We get wrapped up in work. We are too busy for things. So we almost have to be one step ahead. If we set those control mechanisms and protections that I previously discussed, it will help you should you make a mistake. So obviously things like a report button in Outlook, if you have spam filters, anything that warns you that it could be phishing, just be really careful. We will all make mistakes. I hope you don't, because the last thing you want is to impact healthcare records, patient records, all of those things. If you get ransomed, that's obviously a tough place to be in. When we go through all these slides and all these things I'm saying to you, I want you to consider this pyramid, because the risk could be any of these people. It could simply be a patient in two regards. Maybe the patient is the one that led to the breach by connecting to your networks, by clicking on something, or it could be that the patient is the target and that is how they're getting access. It could be someone on your staff clicks a link accidentally, just goes down a path, wasn't securing things the way they should. It could be a visitor sitting in a lobby. It could be a pharmaceutical rep, a medical rep. There are so many things that this could be. It really is a risk for everyone. And that's why I said human error. Human error is the greatest threat. If an attacker is wanting to ransom the entire hospital, the issue here, and I always feel bad saying this, but I feel like it's not, and when Ryan comes on here, you can ask Ryan later as well, but it's not if, it's typically going to be when. If the target is that big and the target is on the back of the hospital, you really need to make sure all these mechanisms are in place. And something I will say in one of my final slides, it is worth the investment to prepare defensively versus having to pay offensively after something happens. So you need to build your defense versus saying, oh no, we were attacked and now we have to go offensively find all these things. You need to prepare. You need to build up the brigade to protect you before something happens. I feel like I've always been told to never tell a student or someone you're lecturing like, oh, it's your fault, you did this. But this is one of those slides. The responsibility is yours. It's mine. It's all of ours. The biggest mistake you can make is to assume you are not important enough. When I got that Microsoft email the other day saying someone wants to log into my Microsoft 365, I'm like, why? What do they want? The biggest mistake you can make is assuming nobody cares about your data. You could be a practice. They could be just putting feelers out everywhere, they being the attacker, to see who they can actually get to click something. Who can they actually trick for something to occur? So be careful with that. Don't give away too much information. It's super, super important. If you can avoid ever putting out the word that would be an answer to one of your security questions, you are much safer. So be very, very careful with that. Even think about simple things like I have a class reunion coming up soon. So if I write back at the East Penn Panthers, now people know possibly my hometown. And what if Panthers is a security answer? I can definitely tell you in some login I have somewhere, high school mascot is definitely one of the questions. Be careful with that. The social engineering is essentially those online quizzes that's like, find out your Disney princess name, find out your roller derby name. What will you look like in 30 years? And they ask you the most random questions. And most of us provide the answer because you're so curious on what that result will be. Avoid those. Avoid those in the workplace. Avoid those on your mobile device. I know it's tempting, but this is what is going to lead us to danger. Be security conscious on your third-party apps, on your email, on your workplace. It should be mandatory. I know I get annoyed since the Outlook issues and all of the things that came up. I don't like having to log in all the time and getting my authentication code and re-entering it, but it makes sense. Again, humans are the greatest risk. We tend to be lazy. We want fast access to everything, but fast access to everything increases the danger. So you have to be really, really careful with it. People often ask me which password manager I use. I use 1Password only because I can use it across multiple computers and devices, but really you can use anything you want. The final thing, you can't fear technology. Your family should not fear technology. I have so many people always asking about, my kid wants a phone. What's the right age? My kid wants a watch. Is that allowed? What about Snapchat? What about online bullying? These are all concerns. What I strongly recommend is that you remain in touch enough with any device that you're giving to someone younger than you, that you're respecting their privacy, but that you always have access to it. And that is my professional and personal opinion. I like to compare it to when I was younger. My mom would get into my backpack on occasion and read notes that my friends would write to me, and I would freak out and tell her she was invading my privacy. And her response was, "You were acting different. You gave me a reason to." So keep that in mind. If your child is suddenly quiet, or if your parents come to you and say that someone weird is talking to them about potentially refinancing their home or their cars, be very, very careful with it. Just make sure you're educating people to protect themselves, but you're also not making people fear technology, because if technology is feared, we can't live in today's society. It's super, super important. The responsibility is ours to educate. It is ours to guide. Some final thoughts I have for you. Train yourself. If I said things to you during this and you're like, I have no idea what she means, I guarantee most of you have a third-party app on your phone. What I want everyone to do is, Instagram is constantly hacked. If you have Instagram, you have Facebook, you have something else, go into your settings. Click on your settings and go in and see, okay, what are your settings in privacy? Who can see you? Who can access your account? You'll see that it will let you do multi-factor authentication. You can supervise accounts for families. There's so many features in the settings of the device, and I think a lot of people just don't go and check it. So look at these family centers. Look for the tip sheets that I am going to be putting out. Good advice that I got, I want to say maybe 2 years ago, someone said this to me. If you want to learn something new, maybe you are in incident response, or you're just a cyber professional with a special niche, and you're like, you know what? I actually want to learn more about securing my family, or I really want to learn more about forensics or how to prevent a ransom from happening. Spend 5 hours each week. If you spend 5 hours each week learning something new, you will become proficient in it. There's free resources everywhere. At SANS, I know the DFIR side, we do a lot of workshops. They are 2 hours long. Typically, they provide hands-on. They're completely free. There's reading rooms. There's all kinds of free resources out there to teach you these things. Invest in the training now versus paying for the results of an attack after. And I cannot stress that enough. Even if you have one person on your team, one person that knows how to better educate and protect, you are far better off versus having no clue. One of the biggest issues you're going to have is attackers it's rare that attackers are detected as soon as they hit your system. Typically, they're in there for months. You'll hear some breaches where it's like they've been in there for years. So what else have they done? One vulnerability is typically not enough. So 1 typically equals 0, 2 equals success. And when I say that, if there's a weak access point on your phone or your computer or your networks, typically there are already 2 methods if someone is living in there. So be cautious of this. If you have questions beyond this, you're welcome to reach out to me. You can find me on Twitter at Heather Mahalik, or X, whatever we are calling it now. I'm on LinkedIn. You can find me, I think it's Heather-Mahalik-Cellebrite. If you find me, you can connect with me, you can ask questions, but please keep an eye out for those tip sheets. They are going to be the very best thing that I think I can offer you, because it's something that I hope, I'm going to test this with my father, that you can hand to someone and say, do these things, and simple steps to just make everything a little bit more secure and to protect you, protect the patient, but ultimately protect everyone around you so your data is not taken. Back to you, Stacy and Rich. I'm going to try to.
Thank you so much.
That was awesome, Heather. As always, you have so much great information to share, and you continuously keep on knocking it out of the park. Perfect, Stacy. No, what I did want to say really quick is, just because Heather Mahalik had to leave, so she's not here anymore, that doesn't mean don't ask questions. I was thinking about this earlier. A simple hashtag, ask the last name or the first name of any instructor or presenter that we had here today. Just throw it in the comments, YouTube, LinkedIn, wherever you're viewing this from. If you put those there, it just makes it easier to kind of go through there, pull those out. So if we don't answer the questions on air with you right now because of time, we can at least get back to you after the show. We talked about maybe making a fax or something where we can just make sure that the questions that you do have are getting out there and you're heard, and all the concerns or questions you might have, we hopefully can provide answers for. Stacy, did you enjoy it?
I absolutely did, 110%. And just to call out, I know the LinkedIn feed was having a little bit of trouble, so there's also a YouTube one, so look out for the comments to get that YouTube link, or stay on LinkedIn. If you refresh the page, boom, back to normal.
Absolutely. And because we have an awesome tight running ship right here, we have a phenomenal individual coming up. The myth, the man, and legend himself, David Holzer, is coming on to really talk about AI and how that has any kind of place in healthcare. And it's going to be awesome. Immediately following his presentation, we're going to go into an AI panel discussion with Lee Kim and Rob Wood. And we're really just going to have a two-way conversation, hopefully between all of you watching who are in healthcare. Have you seen AI inside of it? What are your thoughts on it? Maybe you have questions. We're putting those people in front of you to kind of hopefully provide those answers. How you doing today, David?
I'm doing all right.
Yes. We're excited to have you here.
My pleasure. I'm glad I was listening to the LinkedIn stream. It was a surprise when I found myself backstage because it wasn't over yet.
No, that is awesome. Honestly, Dave, you're free to go ahead and take the stage. We'll give it to you. We'll hop into the comments and try to see if any questions pop up there. If you have them, now's the time to ask and get them out there. You have the man right now.
All right. Well, thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be with you all. And as we go through this presentation, I am going to try to keep my eye on the comments. So if you've got a question while I'm going, feel free to ask. I'm happy to entertain those. And I am going to be with that panel right after. So you might have a couple others that aren't directly about the presentation. Feel free to ask them then as well. And we'll see if we can get my counterparts to answer them for you, or I'll take care of it. Anyway, my name's Dave Holzer. I've been around for quite a while. I don't really want to talk about myself a whole lot. I don't really enjoy doing that, but here's some information about me. The most important thing here, though, is this thing right here. I've got my email address. You can try to tweet or message or whatever we call it now on Twitter/X, or you can try to contact me on LinkedIn. But I'm going to tell you that I am just so busy, it's pretty rare for me to actually log in, maybe once a month or so. So feel free to connect and send a message there. But if you actually want to reach me and get a response, send an email to that address. I am very, very happy to engage with you. I would ask that you put maybe the word SANS or something in the subject so that I kind of recognize it, because I get so much email. And would you believe that I actually have an AI that we built in-house that monitors my email? I mean, it doesn't respond for me, but it's definitely trying to identify things that don't need to be there, because I get so much email. But if you put SANS in there, it's going to let you through, and possibly I'll be able to answer you sometime soon. Anyway, as I get started with this, the whole idea of AI and how we can secure and use AI in healthcare, I've got a little demonstration we're going to do later to try to illustrate some of the problems, some of the risks. But I thought it would be important to begin with some definitions. In this space, whether it's healthcare, cybersecurity, anywhere else, pretty much every industry, your executive team knows they need AI, but they have no idea why. It's sort of a solution in search of a problem at this point. And the thing that's caused that to happen is the whole ChatGPT thing, which is fading out of the news slowly, but large language models in general. So I thought it would be good to just start with some definitions, because this field is not a new field. I mean, we can trace the term artificial intelligence back to the mid-50s, but mankind's effort to build systems that can act or replace humans has been going on for centuries. In the last 50, 60, 70 years, though, the term artificial intelligence, what it really means might not be what your executives are thinking, might not be what you're thinking. Because an artificially intelligent system, first of all, is not a human intelligence. So one of the mistakes that's quite often made is trying to see if it can be like a human. So the whole notion of a Turing test, can you fool a human? I'm not sure it's very meaningful. It's very interesting, I'm not sure it's useful. In fact, John Dijkstra, who's a well-known mathematician and computer scientist of Dijkstra's algorithm fame, he was asked to comment on Alan Turing's idea of the Turing test. And his response was, whether or not a computer can think is about as useful a question as to whether or not submarines can swim. Now, he wasn't just giving a glib comment here. This was a meaningful answer because, well, submarines go underwater. They go through the water. They pretty much do most things that fish can do besides eating and pooping. So is there really a meaningful difference? Whether a computer can think or not is really not very important as long as it can do the tasks we need done. Trying to get it to think like a human is probably a mistake because it isn't a human. It is an artificial thing. And we have had artificially intelligent systems for a very long time. So I'm going to define artificial intelligence as any system, process, program that can react to input from an environment to make decisions. Hopefully good decisions, but to make decisions. And using that definition, artificial intelligence has actually been around for a long time. Now, I'm not the only one who's using that definition, and it's a very convenient definition for people who are trying to market things to you as artificial intelligence. Because if I create a system that can look at some input like, I don't know, how about the endpoint protection on your computer that looks at a program coming in and says, oh, I think that's bad, and it reacts, it is artificially intelligent. But that's quite different from a computer learning. And machine learning is actually where the really interesting stuff is happening and where there's been amazing advances in really the last 10 or 15 years, though the techniques we're using largely were developed in the 1980s. We just didn't have computers that could process the data fast enough unless you were at a supercomputing center or had a mainframe handy. But in the last 10 to 15 years, we've been able to do this with much smaller commodity computers. And in the last maybe 5 years, there have been some amazing advances as a result. So what's machine learning then? How is that different? That's a computer program system or process that is able to take input from an environment to make decisions. But more importantly, it's able to improve its performance over time based on feedback. That's machine learning. This is quite different from what we were doing in the 90s, where, sure, we had these artificially intelligent things, these expert systems. But when the expert system began giving bad information, the expert system couldn't learn to improve. We had to go and change its programming. In machine learning, I can give feedback to the algorithm, and the algorithm will work to self-correct. That is amazing stuff. And that's really where all of the big stuff is happening. So that's going to bring me back, at least momentarily, to the sort of the elephant that got everyone interested in the circus that we currently see out there regarding artificial intelligence, and that is ChatGPT, or I'm actually going to say not ChatGPT, because that is falling out of the news slowly. It's really large language models. Large language models are incredible. And it's easy to be fooled into thinking that they are thinking, that they're reasoning. But I'm here to tell you that that is just not true. That is not how these things work. Artificial intelligence really is today, machine learning today is just math. Now, the math can be quite advanced, but it's really just math. So what is a large language model doing then? And more generally, what are AIs or machine learning systems doing? How are they working? Well, take something like Bard or ChatGPT when you ask it a question. What's really happening internally is that it is simply trying to make a prediction of the next most likely, well, technically it would be token, but I'm going to say word. And words or tokens are not exactly the same thing, but let's just think word. What is the next most likely word to occur? So when you begin training this kind of thing, you give it at the beginning of a phrase like Mary had a little, and then you want it to predict the next word. And it predicts something like Mary had a little canoe, which is absolutely not the most likely next word. And so it progressively learns based on feedback that canoe is not an awesome answer there. So you end up with something like Mary had a little lamb would be a very high probability. Maybe sheep would also be a high probability, but not as high. Sheep, because, well, it's related to lamb, it's in the same family. So it's really just making predictions. When you ask it a question, its response is simply predicting the next most likely words to continue from the question you asked. And the same thing is happening when we're using things that are generating code or anything else. What's important to know about that is that it's not thinking, it's not reasoning. Is it simulating that? Well, yes, and that's part of the definition of artificial intelligence. It's simulating the ability to make decisions, but it's really just using mathematics. Well, how can it be useful then? How could we use AI? There are a lot of ways that it could prove useful, and some of them are quite obvious, right? So think of the idea of medical transcription. Now, I am not trying to put anyone out of a job, and things that do speech recognition for medical transcription have been around for a very long time. But one of the challenges with those speech recognition things is their ability to transcribe accurately and to deal with accents and things like that. Well, how about AI? Can that do a better job? Well, it can do a good job, but how important is it that the information is 100% accurate? I am sure you have had some experience using something like Siri to try to dictate a message on your phone. And hopefully you're doing that dictation because you're driving and you're not looking at your screen because you're driving. And then you tell it to send the message, and later you look at the message and realize that was not what you meant to say at all. Now, there is a measure of machine learning there and speech recognition, so there is AI happening in addition to traditional word completion, sentence completion things. But remember what I said, this is really just math. So even though a different algorithm is being used, it is simply making predictions of the next most likely word, or which word is this probably, because I couldn't really understand what you said. So it comes up with what might be a good fill-in. How important would it be in a medical transcription that it is exactly right? The amount of medication given, when the medication was given, what the diagnosis was. That becomes incredibly important. Other places that this can be really valuable, when we look at what's going on in healthcare. For instance, in the United Kingdom, there is a wonderful healthcare system, but a big problem is that unless you are acutely critical, you are likely going to be on a pretty long waiting list. So is there something that can be done to speed up the ability to process results and make diagnoses? Absolutely. But how important is it that those diagnoses are correct? We can use this in medical imaging to identify, for instance, anomalous masses and things like that pretty easily. And in fact, we're going to give that a try. Let's talk about what that might look like. I took a little bit of time and I built an AI. It's a very simple AI. It actually does something that's pretty useful. And I've got it written here. I wrote it using TensorFlow, and I trained it using MRI data, particularly brain scans. And what I wanted to do was try to create an artificial intelligence, a machine learning solution that could find brain tumors. That feels like a pretty important thing to be able to identify. And if I could do that with an AI, could the AI make a recommendation as to whether or not the person needs further treatment? Could I go through massive numbers of MRI images to quickly classify and decide who needs follow-up care? That sounds useful. Let's see how well this thing works. So I'm just going to load it in here. And this code, you're welcome to this code if you'd like it. I mean, there's nothing very impressive here. And all I'm doing is I am going to load a trained model that I have. Let me load in some additional data. I've got some test images. These are actual brain scan images. You're going to look at them in just a second. And I'm going to load in this trained model. Oh, and yeah, I see you need the data set. Well, the data set's no problem. I can point you at that as well. Of course, there is the whole HIPAA question about where are these MRI images coming from? And all I'm going to say is I found them on the internet. So I guess they're public. I don't know. But I'm not violating someone's HIPAA rights. Maybe someone did. I just don't know. Anyway, I'm going to ask it to make some predictions against those images, and it's already done. I forget how many I have here. Maybe there's 20 of them or 10 of them, but all of the predictions have been done. It has already analyzed all of those MRIs and is ready to tell us who has a brain tumor and who doesn't. So let me ask it to render those images out so we can see for ourselves. And on the top here, we have a bunch of healthy scans. Now, I am not a brain surgeon or a doctor, but I have researched enough to know these images are images of healthy brains with no tumors. And what's interesting about that is that these images are similar in that they are brain-shaped, though each brain is a little bit unique. They're also interesting in that the contrast on some of these shows some brighter areas in some places, but those are not actually cancerous lesions. So these brains, no brain tumors. But these brains, brain tumors. And some of them are easy to see. For instance, over here, there's a mass over here on the right-hand side. Here's a large mass in the forebrain. Here's a mass in the center. Here's a, wow, that one's huge. This one's harder to see. This is down in one of the glands right at the base of the brain. Very, very serious and usually an operable tumor. All right, so wow, this works. How well does it work? Well, I'm going to tell you, and I'm not making this up. I trained this model on this data set of MRIs, and I then used the test data that they have. I didn't make the test data up, their test data to say, how well does your model work? And this model is 100% accurate when it comes to finding tumors. That sounds like the future is here. All we need is the doctor to show up because the AI said, this person's got a tumor. We need to get that out. This is just like, does it matter if submarines swim? Is it thinking? No, it's really just doing math, but can it find tumors? It can. So it's good enough, right? This actually brings us to one of the risks. I have another example here. So this additional example, whoops, let me just run this against this sample image. There we go. It looks at this sample image and says, tumor. This person has a tumor. And I'm not showing the percentage here, but the diagnosis percentage in this case, 98%, that's a tumor. This sounds really serious. We need to get this person right in because either they have a tumor or they have a cat wearing a pumpkin hat. So what's the risk here? What's my point? The risk here, the problem is the AI is wonderful and it does a great job at finding tumors as long as you are giving it scans of brains. But when I give it a picture of a cat, I don't know any surgeon, I don't know any MRI operator who would confuse this picture of a cat for a brain with a tumor. The tool is only as good as the data you give it, which, you know, that's the whole garbage in, garbage out thing that we've heard for decades and decades. But see, it's a bigger deal here. What does it mean for us in terms of securing an AI? How do we actually use that? So when it comes to securing the AI, one of the really important things, like I said, our management says we need it. I don't know why I need it, but we need it. Gartner says AI is here. We've got to do it. It's really important to understand what it really does, how it really works, so we're not relying on it in ways that we shouldn't. And then when we are going to use it, we have to make sure that the way we're using it, what's happening with the pipeline, how well secured is that? So the way the data gets to the model in order to, in our case, do a diagnosis or to do the medical transcription or whatever else it is we're doing. How well secured is that? Because if someone can tamper with that pipeline, they can influence what's happening, what kind of, well, diagnosis or whatever else is coming out of the model. Garbage in, garbage out. We also have to be very concerned about things like HIPAA, especially in healthcare. If I'm taking data let's just take the transcription example, and I'm going to ask the AI to summarize maybe all of the medical records that we have, or to find for me a subset of patients with these issues. That would be a wonderful way to use this and speed up time and research. But how are we doing it? If we're using something like a public API, and I hesitate to mention companies because I don't want this to be, oh, he's saying don't use that company. No. If we're using an API from a vendor to interact with their AI, I am in some way going to have to send this medical data into that interface to get it to do the summarization or to do the selection. That could be a very big deal. If we're going to do it, maybe there should be something we're doing locally instead of relying on those services. What about the models themselves? Defending the training data becomes incredibly important. And this is an issue both in terms of an intellectual property thing. We're building the tumor detector. So the design of your model and the data you're using to train it are really important. But it's also a matter of it needs to be secure. It needs to be safe. So if I'm building the model, how do I ensure that no one's introducing pictures of cats into my brain tumor database? That becomes really important. How well secured is that data? What I'd recommend to you today is that at least one person in your organization, they need to be a subject matter expert on this topic. Whether that means they are building AIs or they just really know how they work, you absolutely need to do that. They need to be able to talk to vendors and be able to talk to the executive team in terms of figuring out what's really needed. If that sounds like something that you're interested in, you can get that by doing a lot of research on your own, or SANS does have a course. It's a course that I wrote that is specifically about that, not in healthcare, but all about AI and data science and how it really works and how to build them. At this point, though, I'm going to throw it back to Rich because I think it's about time for us to get started in our panel discussion.
Absolutely. Thank you, Dave. And I have to say, I've got the opportunity or really a privilege to hear you talk on AI quite a few times. And I both find myself really excited and really scared every single time. And it is an absolute joy. But you are right. It is time. We are going to have that little AI panel discussion. We're going to bring on Lee Kim, Rob Wood. We'll have David Hoelzer here with us. And really what we want to do is just kind of provide this outlet, this opportunity to just talk about AI. Lee has a lot of background. I would love for you to kind of just give a little brief intro just so everybody can kind of know who you are. Rob Wood, if you wouldn't mind either when you get a chance, just so everybody knows, we can kind of really just get this panel going.
Thanks. My name is Lee Kim. I am Senior Principal of Cybersecurity and Privacy at the Healthcare Information Management Systems Society. I'm also a registered U.S. patent attorney. And to that end, my focus areas are intellectual property as well as healthcare law. So I bring a combination of industry SME perspective, working for a nonprofit representing the healthcare sector, and also from the legal/IP/healthcare/cyber side. Thanks for inviting me.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and my name is Rob Wood. I'm the CISO at Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services and former startup guy, former AppSec consultant.
No, absolutely phenomenal. No, and I guess really, since I don't see a question right now from the audience, I'm curious, Rob, really from your perspective, and Lee, you can kind of chime in next. Do you see kind of based off of what David's presentation was, or just maybe Rob in your own organization, this AI playing a pivotal part in healthcare as it moves forward?
I think like any industry, these kind of disruptive technologies have a part to play. Where it actually comes in is going to be it's gonna, the devil's gonna be in the details. And for example, I have some good friends who are running a startup that is they're building a bunch of OCR image sort of detection models to assist with the medical coding process to work with hospitals. That's really interesting. I feel like image comparison is kind of the go-to use case. You know, we're going to detect tumors or other issues in like X-rays or sort of other sort of like scans. And I think there's a lot of other opportunities in the healthcare ecosystem where these kind of disruptive technologies can really play a part. AI, machine learning being one of them. And yeah, so I mean, I think yes, but I think it's probably like what we're going to probably see is innovations happen. Like, yes, there will be pockets of it on the very obvious, like almost like quote obvious use cases, but hopefully much more so on all of the non-obvious things, like all the back-end processing. I mean, even think like, you walk into an ER or, doctor's office, and there's always issues with scheduling and all of that. And like, how awesome is it that like in the business world, we use tools like Clockwise and, Calendly and stuff like that to like in motion and like, optimize our scheduling. And like, I feel like there's opportunities to make patient experience better and all of that, and make things faster, make, data processing and analytics easier and more effective. Like, all those unexpected use cases, I feel like are where the real innovation is going to lie.
That's absolutely awesome. I think it's great. And Lee, a question for you. How exactly, since you do have that background of, intellectual property and healthcare and kind of a little AI aspect of it, how does that play out legality? Like, how do you start kind of intertwining all together? As you mentioned when David had his presentation earlier, he had the CAT scans or the MRI scans. He doesn't know how they got there. And how does that kind of work as that moves forward?
Sure. There's a bit to unpack there. And one is that in terms of innovation and AI and actually what people are securing patents on, computer vision is certainly one of the focus areas that's kind of mid-tier in terms of the patent filings that USPTO is seeing in innovation. But to that end, things along the lines of production control processes, expert systems, that's at a higher tier in terms of filings and what people are filing on. And in fact, while we focus so much in terms of, let's say, computer-assisted radiology imaging interpretation and analysis, whereby these AI systems can literally see analytically what a radiologist with their naked eye can't see, I think that we're going to see a lot more in, just as Robert has suggested, in terms of the back end things, the process enhancing things to manage better patient volumes and triaging of them. If you look at, for example, Canada and other countries, sometimes during critical times such as pandemics, all of our countries have been overwhelmed in terms of patient volume and such. So I think that there's necessarily going to be a confluence in our healthcare sector in terms of a uniform understanding of AI. I mean, just as we speak today, ISO is having a standards meeting to talk about how do we normalize the definition of AI today. And from what I'm seeing across the healthcare sector, we have different understandings in terms of where AI and ML is heading. But just the same, what frightens me and where I think that training such as SANS can help people at large is that from the people perspective and the need for policies to govern safe and responsible use of AI, let's just say that healthcare is a little bit behind the 8 ball in terms of adopting policies to that end, and that although we are seeing ready adoption of AI-based solutions, which is, of course, a good thing.
If I could add something to that too, Rich, I think that Lee mentioned something pretty important there, in that it's the computer-assisted use of AI. So the assistant, the AI assistant, and that seems to be a really important thing. When I was speaking, I said something about not eliminating jobs, and it's not that no jobs go away, but we should not, at this time, certainly, be 100% reliant on any AI system to do anything for us, unless it's the most basic task, even more so in medical. So it's more that it becomes an assistant to speed up some things, like Robert was talking about with Calendly and other kinds of things we use in business. So it becomes a facilitator or something that can kind of drive our business, drive our speed. The real risk then is, it even goes back to part of what Heather was saying, but in a slightly different way. The human can become too reliant on it and just accept its recommendations without any critique. But if we view it as an assistive technology, that can be incredibly powerful.
I absolutely agree. And I think it's awesome. I think Lee really touched on a high level, those policies, kind of all that's protocols is kind of formulating how to properly use it. And I know we had a question in the chat, David, and really a group question, is how do you defend somebody, you know, tampering with the data? How do you stop somebody from putting the picture of the cat into the files? What does that look like?
Yeah, you know, I'm sorry, you're not going to like this answer in like an AI talk, but the answer is doing good traditional security stuff. So have you done the CIS critical controls? Because if you haven't done those, you have bigger problems than is my AI data set cure. But if you're doing those things, you're going to have a safe data set.
No, that makes perfect sense.
I don't know that I agree with that entirely, given that the like on the whole, like, yes, like, you know, you want to make sure that you're protecting your data set from tampering or, you know, integrity issues and such. But like thinking about the threat model of a you know, some sort of AI application where like you might be sourcing data from other places, and so you might have to have more like edge protection like stuff at the point of image collection, whether it's like, you know, some kind of webhook, if it's, you know, you're accepting something over the web, or you know, it's something more of like a closed loop system. But like your threat model is going to be different than like bread and butter, you know, databases and like web CRUD applications. And so the like, you know, you may end up having to like put more controls in at the edge. You may end up having to like build protections into your model to like screen before you store and then further train, or, you know, something along those lines. But like I think there's a little bit more nuance to it that is important to call out.
Oh yeah, I don't disagree with that at all. I'm not trying to minimize that. Yeah, sorry, Lee.
Oh, that's okay. And I also wanted to add, from a realistic perspective, there are some healthcare organizations, I'm not saying do this, but there are some healthcare organizations that don't have any kind of insider threat program in place at all. And they just inherently trust people. And I'd say, look, folks, I think we all know NIST Cybersecurity Framework 2.0 is coming out. And the first core function is govern. It's a huge new component. And boy, I can't think of any sector that doesn't have problems in terms of governance, right? And to that end, I also have to say, so that's one problem. We trust people too darn much in healthcare. So people are the solution in terms of people management and detecting and mitigating against that. But I think that the other thing too is who's reviewing training data, right? You have healthcare providers that are being approached all the time by vendors are saying, we want your images. We just don't have that. We need tens of thousands of images to train our model and everything else. And I think it's also very important to ensure that, number one, the vendors don't get exactly what they want, that we rigorously de-identify things. But I think that it's also very important for these people that are making models to ensure that we don't have drift in terms of the model, that it doesn't work, to Dave's point, in a way that it wasn't originally intended to do. I mean, that sets the, arguably, not legal advice, the manufacturer up in terms of perhaps product liability claims if something works unintended and let's say it's viewed as a manufacturing defect.
I have to say personally, I think it's awesome because, you know, on a panel of three here, you really get a really perfect idea of, you know, defensive in depth. You really had Dave looking at the end user itself, kind of looking at the imaging. You had Rob kind of looking at branching out from there, looking at the endpoints and go a little bit further. And then Lee coming in with the government portion of it and really just replying, as we state, on almost every cybersecurity domain we have, and every type of part of it is really just, defense in depth is probably the best answer.
Yeah. And one thing I'll say, like, Lee, I definitely agree with your comment about the like insider threat and, this sector being a little too trusting of people. I think one big challenge there, though, is like building an insider threat capability is really hard. And it's really expensive. And for a sector that's already, like, we don't print cash like, financial services does or tech does. And so, like, for a sector that's already cash strapped, and like you've got rural hospitals, for example, that like operate in the red, and like margins are thin and all that, all that jazz. It's like, there's all this stuff to do. It's like, so where do you garner the money for a proper insider threat program that is not just going to be, some junky UBA tool that you like drop on your network and expect to solve your problems, but rather like, a team that like has a tool, has data, builds process, has like legal sort of like, grounding to like take action on people, and like monitor them and all that, which, has HR implications, but then also like invest the time to like understand the context of like what's safe, what's not safe, and all that. It's like, I think that, honestly, I hate to make it a budget problem, but I think that's one of those things that's like, I mean, at least this is my personal opinion. I look at insider threat as like a more advanced, like if you're flush and you're doing good on all the other stuff, then you can start thinking about insider threat. But like, security teams that are like not quite there yet in terms of like their other basic stuff, like should not probably be thinking about insider threat.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I think that economics, to paraphrase cybersecurity for business and what Larry Clinton has said about building a robust cybersecurity program within business organizations, you absolutely have to keep the relative economics in mind, and that you can only have a program to the extent that your budget will allow. But that said, that doesn't obviate the fact that in terms of insider threat, you can have some kind of program for see something, say something, for simple things such as supervision of that training data or development aspect. You do what you can. I don't think that it can be ignored. I mean, trust me, I understand that it can be certainly sophisticated. I've worked with a few of my colleagues at the CERT Coordination Center that are insider threat researchers. And of course, it could be very sophisticated, both in terms of how it's performed and what kind of detection mitigation measures you need. But essentially, I still think you still have to do what you can. Blind willfulness will not help anyone, including lawyers and non-lawyers.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, don't stick your head in the sand. But it's like, I feel like the typical security answer is like, as a community, we rally so hard around like, when we do something, we're not just going to like do it a little bit. We're going to try to like, we're going to try to kill it and, do it really well. And I know so many people that end up taking on way too much. And then they're just like, they're burnt out or they're strapped or their prioritization focus is split into like 4,000 different, places. And it's like, and then your overall effectiveness just like nosedives. And so I think it's like, it's a tricky line to walk, to know that you have risk and to do a little bit about it, but kind of like accept that risk until you have the funding or resources to properly deal with it.
No, I think that's absolutely, again, great conversations are always awesome to have. I am curious, and this is for everybody. This is my own thing. I know a few years back, blockchain was super big, and it was supply chains were super big, and the ChatGPT made AI and ML super big. Do you all believe that that has the staying power compared to the other ones? I mean, they're all kind of important, but do you see AI or ML really expanding and growing beyond what we see now? Like, I know David brought earlier in his presentation, will a computer ever think like a human or be a human? That's kind of irrelevant. And at this point, I'm just curious, is there a limit to AI or ML, kind of what we see now?
So if I could take that first, there's clearly a limit on what it can do today. And one of the questions people are really interested in, and where a lot of research is happening, is in artificial general intelligence. And now this is just my opinion, but we are a very long way away from that, if ever. It's the size of the model required based on how we approach AI today is just, it's orders of magnitude larger than the largest thing we have. So putting that aside, right now, I believe we're at a very critical point. Does AI and ML have a really important part to play in what we do in healthcare and really many other places like cybersecurity? Absolutely. But we're at a critical point right now because we're starting to be at the point where executives are asking, all right, I've been told I need AI, but what does it actually do for me? So this kind of goes toward what Robert was saying, right? In my company, you want to do a thing, you bring a problem to me, you have a solution. Unless you can tell me how I'm going to measure that problem, measure your solution, we're not going to do that. We're not spending money on it. So you need AI. Great. What problem are you solving? And how well will it solve it? So we're at a point where we're becoming more critical about how it's used. That's important. And if we don't have good answers and products there, this is just going to fall by the wayside. The other big risk is if we continue to see people over-promising what their tools can do in terms of AI and ML. Every vendor today is telling you they are AI and ML. But when you scratch at that, quite frequently, they are only AI and ML in the loosest possible definition. So if we do not really deliver on those things, we're going to go through another AI winter, which we've been through many times over many decades, where all of the funding drives up because we've overpromised again.
Absolutely phenomenal. Rob, Lee, did you have anything you want to weigh in on before we move on?
I wouldn't count artificial intelligence out as in that we wouldn't reach that within the next 20 to 50 years, in the sense that in the 1990s, when I was a student in college, the biologists were saying we could never, ever map out the human genome. But here we are. To that end, I really feel that AI, ML, and even us reaching a singularity is certainly something that is to be concerned about. I think that there certainly is incentive for companies to take it as far as they can. But then too, I really feel that from a physician perspective, from a clinician or people perspective in terms of healthcare, we've run healthcare based upon people. It's people caring for people. And do we necessarily want, for example, the clinical decision support system to be totally AI-based without supervision from a nurse practitioner or physician? Although I could say that we, to some extent, technology is already used somewhat as a crutch, in that physicians and others don't necessarily need to have in their heads drug allergy interactions. It's in or what to prescribe. It's in that clinical decision support system, and so on and so forth. But I still have to say, in as much as it's human nature to want to cede certain responsibilities, I do think, to Dave's and Robert's point, we do need to take a step back and consider what we're doing. And in terms of the overarching risk and what we're willing to accept, are we willing to accept potentially jeopardizing human life? So I'll just leave it at that.
Yeah, I mean, I think, like any technology, we're going to see sort of a trajectory of adoption and innovation surrounding it, and then eventually something else will come along and probably be newer and cooler and more effective and blow it all away. Like I mean, you kind of saw this with like phones and workstation, desktops to laptops to tablets to data centers to cloud to containers, now to serverless. Like, there's this constant like birth and death thing that happens with technology and this kind of life cycle of sorts. And I don't know why this would be any different. And so I fully anticipate it's going to grow and be more relevant, but like, who's to say what the next like amazing breakthrough is going to be?
No, absolutely. Listen, David, Robert, Lee, I greatly appreciate you taking the time out. This is, for me, I know it was great. I hope everybody listening actually walked away with something great as well. I do thank you for your time as we bring up Stacy to kind of get the ball rolling. Again, thank you very much.
Yes, that was an amazing talk. Thank you to all of our expert speakers and to all of the amazing questions and comments in the chat. We see you, we hear you. This has been very informative for everyone involved. I'm seeing a lot of experts in the chat giving their commentary on AI too. So that was really fantastic to see. As far as what we have next, so right after this talk, not right away, but right after this next talk that we're about to cover, we're going to be doing our first giveaway. So definitely stay tuned for that. But before then, I'm going to introduce to you, all of you here, Monte Elkins, who's going to be giving a talk labeled Metasecurity Review of a Patient-Controlled Device, because as we had just covered in the last talk, it's people to people. This is about making sure that the patients have sufficient care and using the correct technologies to do so. So Monte, I would like to, hand the baton to you, but I first want to say, and I told you I would do this, not only is Monte an expert in ICS and a researcher, a consultant, Monte also is the proud owner of a satellite truck. So definitely ask about that. Go ahead.
All right. Thank you very much, Stacy. Lots of potential topics. Connect with me on social media and we'll do the thing. All right. So let's get started. Hi, I'm Monte. We're going to talk about some devices in general and then like a meta-analysis of a single device. And if you have comments as we go along the way, I will keep one eye, but I probably will have to look at them afterwards, but I would love to see your feedback. Okay, so devices. Well, the first thing is that we have to identify the computers in our environment because we can't protect them if we don't know they're there. So here's your pop quiz. Where is the computer in this environment? There's one hiding. It's sort of back in there. It's back in there somewhere. You kind of look. Yeah, I know. We're running really fast, but you've got to stay on top of it. So there it is. There is our physician station. Their computer hiding there in the back, surrounded by all of this equipment. We can't really defend it if we can't find it for everything else in the room. In the meantime, I want to take us on a little bit of a side quest. I want to look at a very simple tool here. If y'all want to bring this up, but can somebody tell me what this thing is? It's pretty obvious. Let's see if we can make this, a little bigger, a little easier to see what this thing is. Okay, you probably have some sort of idea here. But what I want to tell you that this thing also is this thing is also a computer. Seriously. There's a computer in here that monitors the battery and the voltage and tells it how quickly to spin. And it's a computer that runs software. And computers that run software may be vulnerable. Computers that run software may be vulnerable. So I wrote some malware for this device, and listen really carefully here and see if you can figure out what this malware does. So here we go, a little malware for for this computer. All right, hold on to it, just makes it a little louder and easier to hear. And maybe you recognize that tune, perhaps. But that's because that's a computer and it's capable of many things if it's compromised in them. Yes, way the Emperor's March. But that's a demonstration. That might not be the most important thing in your environment, which is something you have to figure out. What's the most important thing in your environment? So I do have a rule of thumb for finding computers. And my rule of thumb for finding computers is that if it has a battery or you plug it into an electrical outlet, it's a computer. And if you've purchased it in about the last 10 years or so. But if it has a battery, you plug it in. Now there's some other tips here down the side if I learned to point in the right direction. But these things are computers. So now if we go back and look at this environment, where do we see computers? Everywhere, right? Now we have to figure out which ones are important and how much risk they have. But all of these things are computers. They all have displays. They're all sensing things and blinking lights, and you plug them in. The things that might not be a computer, like all these other things that they're giving us temperatures and pressures and readings and blinking lights, and some of them have their own screens as well. The things that we think might not be computers are like the OR table. That's kind of basic. Or maybe what else? Maybe this cart back here in the corner. All right, that's a cart, or the OR boom or anesthesia boom, just these things that you move around. Those might not be computers, but everything else in here is. Well, I said they might not be computers, but if we look at things like the OR table, it has this control that has a screen on it, and that is very likely a computer that could be compromised. And not to mention, if we look at this one is a remote control for the OR table. This is wireless remote, right? So that might give us a little bit of remote access. I found that one cheap on eBay. If we look at the booms, they have this, I highlighted this, intuitive electric braking system. Sounds like a computer to me, probably. And if I look at that interface, that looks like that's probably computer-driven software. Well, if we look at this cart, right? Normally, these carts are a thing with drawers in them and rollers that you move around and store things in. And some of them, that's all they are. But some of them, and some med carts, will have locks on them. And they're pretty nifty, right? You enter in the keypad and it opens up, and some of them are self-locking. When you get done, you see the lock go bzzzt and kind of move back into locking position. But these are computers that run software that may be compromised. And as a matter of fact, for these kind of keypad computer interfaces, I run a bunch of different attacks on these. And if you're interested, check out, I've got an upcoming online demo of keypad attacks. October the 14th, Hackfest, it'll be online, or you can go to Hollywood if you want. Hit up the social media or check here for links on how to get there. My social media is like down here below, and I will post links to that. How to do some attacks against keypad locks. Okay, so after this review, if we look back at this equipment, it's all a computer that runs software. We just don't normally think about them in that way. That's why I bring this out, is to teach people to be able to spot computers in their environments, because it's hard for people to do until you think about it a little bit. I think the only thing that might not be a computer in this environment is this plastic bottle that only has plastic tubes coming out of it, right? Or suction. Like, the rule of thumb is, does it have batteries? No, Does it have plug into electrical? No. So that's probably not. Of course, on the back end, it's plugged into something that probably is a computer. Okay, but we'll ignore that for now. So now you have to think, what might an attacker do if they were thoughtful, creative? That's something that we have to be a little creative to consider. When I look at this equipment, the secret is not to ask, what was this equipment designed for? Well, it's designed to, help save lives. But what is it capable of? Right? What is it capable of? It is capable, perhaps, of many different things compared to what it was designed for. But so what does that mean? That means that attacker might modify it so that it stopped working completely. That's fairly easy to understand. Oh yeah, I see questions about LANs and networks, and if you all want to respond to those as well, we'll touch on that very briefly in a moment. But the attack might keep the equipment from working. It stops it completely. But perhaps even more insidious, what if it continued to work, but it lied to you? Right? It gave you the wrong information about dosages and temperatures and flows and the condition of the device or the condition of the patient. Right? If it lied to you, it might not form some sort of danger to a patient, but it might cause other people, professionals, to cause some sort of a bad outcome. And if you think about some things, well, the OR table, that's kind of innocuous. But if it was continuously moving, it would at least be annoying, right? It might impact the outcome. Maybe you delay, maybe you postpone this. Of course, if you were able to make them catch fire, that would be, a pretty severe impact. Or what if you just lost confidence in the devices, that they may or may not be working when you needed them to work? So I want to talk briefly about truth and lies about firmware, because people will lie to you about firmware. One of the common lies that you get, and I think vendors sometimes promote this, is that firmware does not have any security vulnerabilities. Really? It's software. It's software. People write it. People have faults. Firmware has vulnerabilities. So that's a common misconception. They say, oh, it's firmware. You don't have to. No, it's just call it software for now, right? That'll help you. Firmware doesn't have to be patched. Well, if it has an important vulnerability and an important piece of equipment that has some access to it, yes, it does. The way firmware is different from software is that it's harder to patch. It's harder to monitor. We can normally do things like take a hash of software to see that it hasn't been modified. That's a lot harder for us to do with these devices that run something we call firmware. But when people say firmware, from a security point of view, just think software. So let's look then, as I promised, a bit of meta-analysis of a particular device. I don't have anything particular against this pump or vendor. It's just a sample device, a demo. They were cheap on eBay because I think they're being replaced with other equipment. But let's look at how you might analyze equipment in this environment. So this is a PCA pump, patient-controlled analgesia or analgesia pump. Something you put like morphine in, and you can click the button to have it delivered. Of course, at the wrong rate and the wrong amount, those drugs can be dangerous. But these are computers running software, and they also download drug libraries into them that limits the amount and of the drug that can be given, and how quickly and how often the patient can ask for it. So how do we look at some of these devices? And I'll give you a couple of tools and concepts quickly. I'm not going to drop any 0 day on this device, right? This is just how we would look at them. One of the things, though, if it is an older device, look for existing analysis, somebody else might have done some work on it, and there was some other work done on these devices before I took a few of them apart. And then we're going to identify the subcomponents in it and look for vulnerabilities in each of those. Whether it's the hardware or the software, there might be known vulnerabilities, which from an attacker's point of view makes this a lot easier. That means I don't have to figure it out. Somebody else has already figured it out for me. But if you're trying to do a security analysis, you can see if somebody else has figured out some of those things for you. If they haven't, we're going to talk about some shortcuts to work through this as well. So there may be existing vulnerabilities in hardware. There may be some in software. Software bill of materials might help with that. We're calling those SBOMs, and there's some companies, NetRise and Adolas and some others that can help you analyze the firmware in a device. But we're going to look at some shortcuts, like assuming that it was compromised and figuring out how bad that could be. Okay, so we've talked about this PCA pump. You push the button and you get some of the drug that's delivered. What are some of our vulnerabilities? Oh, one more that I found is that inside here, it has almost a commodity USB connector. It looked like there used to be a serial only connection, and they added some Ethernet and wireless USB Wi-Fi connector. And if you look on it carefully, I don't know if you can see it on the slide, but it says that this is a modified D-Link DWL G132 wireless adapter. And if you go look for vulnerabilities in it, you see there's a remote code execution, remote execution of arbitrary code. What does that mean? It means you're screwed. I mean, it means that somebody can remotely run any arbitrary code on that device. Now, that's not necessarily a complete compromise, but that would be interesting. So that all these communication channels end up going through a serial connection to the actual pump. So there's a communication board, and then it goes through a serial connection to the actual pump hardware. And if I was looking at this pump from the beginning and just wanted to do a security analysis of it, and there wasn't any existing vulnerabilities published, I might plug into where that communication board talks to the rest of the pump. And that's what I've done here using this kind of cheap logic analyzer. And I'm looking at the serial communication back and forth. This is interesting because I want to know how much I can compromise this device if I had total control of this communication board. Because it might not give me total control of the device, particularly because it's a serial connection, and those tend to have a small attack surface. It's not like it's a lot of open ports and services. So one of the things I might do is, without actually having to compromise that communication board, I can consider what kind of vulnerabilities or what kind of additional features I could unlock in this device if I could compromise that board, right? Kind of jumping ahead to what could happen without actually having to do all that work. One of the questions that came up looking at this board was, if this machine was completely compromised, how fast could it push a drug? So the way I took a look at that is that if it was totally compromised, how fast could it push the drug? In order to understand that, I have to go down into the hardware. So I pull the pump apart, and I see the stepper motor. That's what actually pushes the syringe to push the drug. And then I found the diagram of that stepper motor circuit, and I looked at it on the oscilloscope to see how it actually moved the drug. Now, I could have worked on compromising the software and reverse engineering it, but frankly, that sounds like a lot of work, and hackers, right? So the fastest way to find out is I built another control board for that stepper motor. And that's this right here, so that I can control how fast I want to try to run that stepper motor and see if it can keep up. You turn this little knob, you plug this board in. Now, I didn't modify the hardware in as much as that I connected it to the existing driver chip on that PCA pump. So I'm sending the signal through the regular control system in the pump, right? This is going to allow me to simulate how fast I could push a drug if I had only compromised the software. But I'm able to do it faster because I'm just plugging into the hardware really quickly. Lifting a couple of pins, soldering these other pins on there, using some Kapton tape. And what I found was actually I could push medicines through this pump at about 4 times the maximum published rate that this pump could do at all. So if I can compromise that board, not only can I ignore the drug libraries or replace them, but I can push drugs much faster than you might expect. So we've jumped down to what this board is capable of without necessarily having to compromise all of it. We know there are various reasons that people might want to do that. Ransomware, how much would you pay to have your ORs back? Terrorism, people with different political beliefs, perhaps to injure someone. And now just to talk super briefly about categorizing these risks. Something like that PCA pump may, or well, let's say for some of these devices, you might need physical access to compromise them. And physical access pretty much always wins, right? If I can take that pump into the bathroom with me for an hour or so, I will own it. But that's a kind of one-off. You'd have to get to each pump to compromise it. It represents some risk, but not a lot compared to some of the other risks. Now let's assume it's connected to a network, which, right, pretty much all these devices are these days. Maybe if I come into the facility and I find an Ethernet jack in the room or in the waiting room or a nurse's station somewhere, maybe I can compromise a handful of these devices at once. But that depends upon how good your subnets are, what kind of firewall rules you have in place, right? But that would be a larger risk because I might be able to get several of them. If that network also includes some internet access, well, now maybe I can get to lots of them at the facility remotely, and maybe even multiple facilities, right? So that represents even more risk. And a variation on that is that if there are some existing machines in the environment, whether it's a physician workstation or a nurse workstation or other equipment, can it be compromised and then connect to these other devices to attack them? That's commonly done by a phishing email, or they might download a piece of software that they think is good, but it's actually malicious. Or occasionally what we call a drive-by, just surfing to a website or getting a malicious email might cause that to happen. All right, and that is it. Here is my contact information. If you want to follow, we'll be doing some video on how to compromise some keypad locks like in safes and other equipment. That will be coming up October the 14th as well. And if you're interested in hardware hacking, that kind of thing, follow me on X Twitter or follow me on LinkedIn. And you can direct message me there too if you like. Also, if you have any more comments about what I was talking about, other interesting points or things I missed, put it in the chat channel. I want to go back and look at it. So with that, thank you very much for your time. I hope to see you elsewhere online, and I will pass it back over to keep things on schedule. Back to Rich or whoever is taking over at this point.
Monte, that was both riveting and scary as usual, all in the same time.
Well,
Yes.
Thank you.
There's a duality to all of this, for sure.
I absolutely love it. Again, thank you for your time. I know that to comments were going on. There's a lot of interest in that. It seems like you definitely know a lot when it comes to it. I'm pretty sure you'll hear from a lot of people on the various social media channels there. Stacy's back. Hey, Stacy.
Hello. How are you? Still, I'm on my third cup of coffee. I don't know about anyone else. Right now, Rich, do you want to talk about prizes again?
We are at our giveaway time. I hope everybody's excited. For those that have kind of fought through the LinkedIn glitches and LinkedIn or YouTube, wherever you might find yourself, we are here for our first giveaway. We have 3 giveaways we're going to do back to back. Again, these are for the $750 off the training or SANS training. So that's what we're going to do. The way you do it, you should see this hashtag on the screen right now. All you have to do is enter that into the chat of your choice. And that kind of puts you in the drawing. I'm not sure how long we'll give people to kind of put that in there, but once it's going, we will push the draw button. You'll see it, and then we'll have the ability to announce some super lucky people today. I'm super excited, Stacy.
I am as well. So what we're giving away right now is we're going to be giving away 3, count them, 1, 2, 3, $750 off discounts for a SANS course. So we're already seeing the entries count up. Get those hashtags in there. That is SANS HC Forum, hashtag SANS HC Forum. We're going to let it fill up. We'll give it a little bit of time here. Like I said, we're going to do 3 of these. So make sure you stay on top of it when we do the next one. If you don't win, do it again. You got your chance. You can try. So we'll continue to, to conversate as you all get your entries in.
No, I love it. I thought about doing it myself from LinkedIn and Twitter. Who doesn't want $750 off? No, I think it's an exciting opportunity, especially you saw David's talk about if there's people interested in SEC 595. This is definitely a good way to get started in that one. Heather Mahalik has some phenomenal courses that she can go through. Monte, every presenter that comes on today just provides some phenomenal content that you can take this and go put that forth. Or maybe there's something else you're super interested in and you kind of want to go take another course. We have a lot of great opportunities coming up, a lot of great events for the rest of the year where you might find yourself right down the street.
Yeah. And again, that goes toward any of the SANS courses. So keep that in mind too. If there's one, or if there's an instructor that you see here today, you really want to take one of their courses, I say go for it. If it has a run, to the end of the year for any live online or live like in-person course, that's what you can utilize that for. All right, we're creeping up toward 100 almost.
I say we go ahead and hit a countdown. You have like 10 seconds to go ahead and put your comment in there, and then we just go for it. Look, we're at 90. You ready? Countdown, Stacy.
Yeah. All right. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's hit that draw. Here it goes.
Come on. Brian from
YouTube.
Brian from YouTube. That is awesome.
Congratulations. Yes, to claim your prize, email contentmarketing@sans.org, Brian from YouTube, and we will be able to give you that discount for $750 off of the SANS course.
Yeah.
So make sure to email content marketing and you can claim your prize there. All
right, second drawing. Let's go.
Yeah, we're feeling really, really generous. Want to give away more of these discounts.
Absolutely. I love it. Here. Oh, nope.
So you can see some of our back end here. No big deal. All right. This is how the magic is made, everyone.
All right. Number 2.
Yeah.
Number 2. Get him in.
Let's get that hashtag back in here. SANS HC Forum.
We'll give 60 seconds. 60 seconds for as many entries we can, and then we'll go ahead and start the second raffle.
Rich, what is it? Not to choose favorites necessarily, but what's your favorite thing of this forum so far?
Oh man, it's so tough. Having a family myself and a pretty large family at that, I think Heather had some great content when it comes to securing your family, especially, secure the generations and kind of branching out that way. I mean, having 6 daughters of my own in all varying ages, it gets kind of you want to lock it down to be super secure, but you also kind of want to give them freedom and kind of make those own choices. And then, of course, AI and ML is always a super fascinating topic.
Yeah.
I kind of want to see where it goes. I think there's phenomenal things moving. We just kind of want to I want to see where that goes in the future. Like David said, and Lee and Rob, there's like every cybersecurity thing, there's both good and bad, bad actors, good actors. It's how you utilize the technology that really kind of determines how the outcome is going to be. Mm-hmm. So it's kind of confusing. And then, of course, I don't know. I don't know how to choose.
It's hard to choose. I will say for my own purposes, I really liked hearing, the march on the drill. That was not something that I expected. So it looks like we're having maybe some technical difficulties with the drawing, but we'll make sure that we will get these two other winners taken care of once we get this up and running.
Absolutely. Stacy, who do we have coming up next?
So who we have coming up next is Chris Edmundson with Web App Security. So with that, we will take care of some of those other prize drawings later on. So thank you for your patience here and welcome, Chris.
Oh, thank you, Stacy. Thank you, Rich. I appreciate all that. And congratulations to Brian on winning. That's awesome. Maybe you'll take a class from me. Who knows? That'd be awesome.
There we go.
Yeah. Hey, everybody. Again, my name is Chris Edmundson. I'm a SANS instructor in the cloud community, cloud security community. And I also happen to be the security operations manager here in Denver, Colorado area, the University of Colorado Anschutz Medical Campus. So I want to start off with a quick poll for you, a question for you. What do you think the cost per record loss might be in a data breach in US dollars, that is? So what do you think? Give me a shout out. What do you think might be the cost? And when I'm not teaching, my typical daily work, I work with a lot of the various parts of the medical school on campus, and I also work in close partnership with our affiliate hospitals, such as Children's Hospital, UC Health, and other hospitals like Denver Health and others in the Denver metro area. So get to work quite a bit in that area. And so looking at the poll, it looks like a lot of people are going for that 250 mark. Hey, go for the highest number, of course, that kind of thing. So well, keep going with the poll if you'd like. I'm going to go ahead and move on to the next slide and give you the answer, actually. So actually, for those of you who didn't know, what we're talking about here, the why question, right? Why are we doing what we do every day? What's our justification for building a comprehensive security program? And that data, obviously, this PHI or protected health information, it needs to be protected. So Ponemon Institute, if you never heard of them before, related to this HIPAA journal article, it was $165 for those of you guessed right, was the average cost per record lost in a data breach. And that's where healthcare data breaches were the most expensive, overall approaching about $11 million on average. And another important call out here is that most of the common causes for these data breaches are related to phishing and compromised accounts. Probably not a big surprise to you. And how does that correlate? How does that relate to web application security itself and what we're talking about today? Well, if you think like an attacker, if I can successfully gain credentials to your system, well, hey, it's highly likely I'm going to leverage those credentials, right, on your applications. Like a lot of other industries, we're seeing this increasingly big reliance on web applications, the proliferation, so to speak, of all these web applications. And healthcare industry, of course, same as well, right? So let's not forget about also the flaws in web applications out there. That's another targeted area we'll talk about more coming up. So I have another question for you. It's an open-ended question. No right or wrong answer here. Who should we involve when it comes to web application security within our organization? So I'll pause here for a second and I'll move over here to the comments section so I can kind of watch it. So yeah, who should we involve? Like, who are the important players in our organization? Let's see if we got any good ones out there. Who should we involve? I'll give you a chance. All right. Oh, it may be just, oh, thank you. All right. Got Tomas, security officer, everybody. I like the answer, everybody from Chad. Thank you very much. That was awesome. Yeah, lots of people. So go ahead and move on to the next slide. Everybody is a really good answer. I really like that answer a lot, actually. So when it comes to stakeholders, they represent who we are trying to get across when we talk about security assurance related to web application security. I love the everyone question. I love the other answer: developers, product managers, security, hosting engineer. You're getting the right idea. All these different players in the game, all these stakeholders, mostly within our organization. But you also might remember you have your customers as well. How do you be successful as working with your customer, supporting them? How about our suppliers and partners? They could lose their reputation in a data breach as well. That's some of the things that we need to be apparently clear about. They have a vested interest in our environment, including, of course, our customers as well. So within your organizations, you're going to have a lot of different stakeholders that are going to be involved, obviously, developers, what have you. And a lot of times we get blamed, like the security people. I mean, I can tell you, we get blamed for things like, right, for what have you, for the security and the assurance of it and that kind of thing. But let's take, for example, Java. Java is a very commonly used development package that people use out there. Java is probably very comfortable for a lot of organizations. So let's say as a security organization, we say, oh, we're going to block the use of Java across our environment. Well, that might not be really feasible because you may have a lot of heavy dependency with your developers. So what I say here is, and I oftentimes say this a lot, and when I'm teaching class, it takes a village. We need to identify, leverage, and cultivate security champions is what I call it. We need to work together across these various teams and come up with a lot of secure mechanisms and work in conjunction with our development and operations teams. We can't always blame the users because security basically is everyone's responsibility. You probably heard of that thing called shared responsibility we oftentimes talk about as well. And leadership, we really need leadership to be involved as well. So basically, we need to make sure that we follow the regulations as well. Of course, many of us here, forming, that understanding of things like HIPAA. If we're not, taking into account how we're processing patient data, if we're not abiding by HIPAA, bad things could happen, right? Your organization may suffer from a monetary and otherwise perspective. Those hefty fines, that big threat when it comes to regulatory compliance. All right, so now digging a little bit deeper, we have something called the software development lifecycle, right? So what is application security all about? Well, in a general sense, it's attempting to find, to fix, and prevent those future vulnerabilities for applications. You probably hear things like shift left, those kinds of things out there. This is this idea for us to get involved as early and as often as possible. Since many of these applications are going to be deployed to a cloud environment, it's probably going to be highly potentially more attack vectors out there, or those kinds of things. And so we have, again, this thing called the systems or software development lifecycle, also referred to the acronym as SDLC, which your organization will probably follow some kind of formalized process. Now, it could be chaotic. Maybe it's really formal. Maybe there's some method to the madness, so to speak, some kind of process that you're following. But in any case, we, the security people, we should be involved as early and as often as possible in these processes. Why, you ask? Well, hey, we want to implement security up front. We want to get in front of these potential vulnerabilities and be able to discover those early on in the process before these applications hit the production environment. So if I'm in the cloud right now, hey, we think, oh, not a problem anymore. It's their responsibility, right? It goes back again to that shared responsibility model that a lot of us follow out there. Now, there's a lot of these different SDLC types of frameworks and what have you out there, methodologies. Agile seems to be the one I see the most popular. It's where you have that Scrum Master, leading your developers. It always makes me think of that good old-fashioned game in Dungeons and Dragons when I was a kid, playing that game where the Dungeon Master led you through all those make-believe scenarios, that kind of thing. But basically, there's these common phases of SDLC that you should be aware of. And that's, of course, analysis, planning, design, implementation, testing, integration, all these kinds of things that you should be aware of, and again, being involved with. Now, there's another aspect to SDLC that's grown in a lot of popularity. It's this thing called the continuous integration and continuous delivery idea, this idea of implementing DevSecOps, this idea of the need for speed within the software development lifecycle, bringing new products online quickly and efficiently, basically is what we're talking about here. Now, with all this agility and awesomeness with CI/CD, well, this also introduces a lot of security threats as well, as you can imagine. Just know, of course, there's a lot of different models out there for you to follow, but the big moral of the story here is you should get involved as early and as often as possible, no matter who you are in the organization, and especially as us as security professionals, building that muscle memory, I call it, through repetition, no matter what model you're using. So I have another question for you out there. What do you think are the high-level key areas for securing your web applications? And so I'll pause here for a second and give you a chance. What do you think the high-level key areas for securing web applications are out there? See what we got. All right, good design stage is one for sure. Yeah, cool. Yeah, what other key areas? Application architects are important, of course. Absolutely. So SANS, we have some awesome reference material for you. And one of those is called the Securing Web Application Security Checklist, right? This idea that securing web application technologies, I should say SWAT, excuse me for misrepresenting that. And this idea, here are all the many areas we should be concerned with out there, 7 key areas when it comes to securing our web applications. And so you can think of these 7 areas as a minimum standard for helping your developers build secure application. And the objective here is to prevent vulnerabilities, of course, in your web application. So here's another free-form question for you out there. I'm just really curious about your personal opinion. Which of these key areas would be highest on your priority list? If you were looking at this list, what would you think would be the highest priority on your list? And I'll pause here for a second to see what you think there. Authentication, I love it. Angel, yeah, awesome. Yeah, for sure. Definitely one of them high on my priority list. Access control and authentication, definitely highly important. Very much so. Yeah, agreed. Very much so. All these are very important to us. So data protection, absolutely. Gets back to, protecting the data we talked about early on as far as the importance there. Input validation, awesome. Yeah, good stuff. Good stuff. No right or wrong answer here. Just curious on your perspective. All right, so this is what the Securing Web Application Technology, or SWOT checklist, looks like. There's a handy dandy PDF out there on the website to go through this, but I'm going to walk through the different areas just briefly. Before I forget to say, this is correlated to the Common Weakness Enumeration, or CWEs, and these are identifying common source of software flaws out there. And of course, you can go out and look at that, the CWEs that are related to this. The error handling and logging is one of the areas, and I'll take a moment to, again, briefly describe each area. With error handling, probably the most important, be careful not to reveal details about your application, like how it processes data, things like that. You don't want to expose things, basically, when it comes to error handling out there from your application stack, that kind of thing. Now, with logging, simply stated, logs are your best friend. I love logs. They're my best friend for troubleshooting, for investigating, instant response, those kinds of things. But again, we also want to be careful not to log too much, meaning we don't want to put things in like sensitive data in the logs as well, because there's a potential there that they could actually get breached there as well, right? So then also, importance of logs, of course, is not allowing the attackers to hide their trail. Very important aspect here as well. Data protection, our next area. Key, of course, is using encryption for our data at rest, data in transit, simply forcing all of our interactions to require encryption, including things like storing passwords, leveraging things like tokenization, reduced data exposure, those kinds of things. Now, configuration and operations, something near and dear to me, is basically oftentimes overlooked. This is where your application is deployed, change management processes come into place, any security testing, hardening of your infrastructure, all those kinds of things. And the one thing that I really enjoy is incident response. How do you handle incident response in your organization? Now, the next one, and again, it's hard for me to prioritize, that is, but authentication, very high on my list. It's another very important area to minimize the attack surface, especially when it comes to those compromised accounts and the vector that has. You want a strong password policy, reset policy, those kinds of things. You want to be really careful here, not disclosing too much, again, with error messaging. And again, managing and storing credentials come into play here within your application itself, how it works like with a back-end database, those kinds of things. Only running with the minimum access needed at that app and business layer to minimize the attack surface as well. Session management, Overall controls, that this is the overall control of timeliness and validity of access to your application. This usually involves tokens, things like session timeout, using persistence. You may have heard of things like called cookies on your browser, those kinds of things. How are we handling logout? Essentially the life cycle of activity across your application. Input handling, output handling. This relates to things like you probably heard of SQL injection, how we handle encoding practices, all these kinds of things. And last but certainly not least is the access control area of the checklist. And this pertains to applying access control essentially consistently using some kind of a gatekeeper, a security gatekeeper. This is where you're handling principle of least privilege, only giving people what they need, what they actually need for their job, those kinds of things. All right. So a lot here to get into. There's a poster link out there. Please go check it out for more detail. Oh, and also there's a second page. It's called the 9 Key Cloud Security Concentration. There's lots of references to many tools if you're interested in those as well. All right. So moving on, we're not done as far as guidance and best practices. We've got some great stuff out there. Free. Who doesn't like free, right? And so in many cases, the guidance is really free, with probably the only caveat is, hey, you have to probably provide an email address in some cases. But here's some guidance and best practices from our community. We have the Open Web Application Security Project. You may have heard of them, OWASP. They have quite a few references to guide you with your web application security efforts, including things like their OWASP Top 10 Application Security Risk. They also have the OWASP Software Assurance Maturity Model, otherwise known as SAM. And then they have OWASP. They have their cheat sheets, which are awesome. Great examples out there. So I'm going to quickly show you an example of the cheat sheets. Let me grab my browser here real quick. So this is actually a notification that came out from our friends from CISA, the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, about preventing web application access control abuse. And they talk about this thing called IDOR, otherwise known as Insecure Direct Object Reference. And you might be like, whoa, what is that? That sounds really complex. And of course, you could read what they said here on this notification, but you can also then take advantage of this. And these are those cheat sheets I was referring to. And it's really awesome because it takes you through exactly what IDOR means, gives you some examples here, all the different pieces and parts, including mitigation, which are fantastic from a practicality point of view. So just a brief example here of how you can leverage OWASP and their cheat sheets. So some really good stuff out there. Highly recommend you check them out. GitHub is another example of some free stuff out there. They have what they call their Open SSF scorecard or Open Source Security Foundation. They provide a lot of great information out there. CIS, the Center for Internet Security, has a lot of awesome benchmarks, lots of great documentation out there for you. Application security and infrastructure hardening practices, those kinds of things. And let's not forget about NIST, our friends at NIST, National Institute of Standards and Technology. They have their special publications. One in particular for us with web application security is their Secure Software Development Framework, otherwise known as SSDF. These are your tax dollars at work. If you didn't know that, yeah, we pay for them if you're a U.S. citizen like myself. So again, freely available to you with the exception of potentially having to provide your email address out there. So some great stuff for you to look at. All right. What else do we have? Well, yeah, we're not done really. There's a lot of pieces and parts, and web development has come a long way. If you've never heard of an API, otherwise known as an application programming interface, commonly known in the industry as an API. What is an API? Well, it's basically a software component that serves intermediary between two disconnected applications. So in terms of web application development, they're really, really powerful when they're well orchestrated. You can take advantage of things like HTTP methods to do all kinds of things, from social media interactions to maybe weather data access, and of course, even our healthcare web applications. Go figure, right? So public API examples, again, social media, third-party authentication, any kind of business transactions, what have you. And they're also used oftentimes with managing, configuring, and executing cloud provider solutions as well. And just so you know, an aside, these activities are typically logged in your cloud provider's control plane and logging and monitoring solution out there. So Lots of things out there. Now, you'll hear me say this, and I think you may have heard this already from some others. What can be used for good can also be used for bad. And this is the scary stuff from my perspective. Think about another attack vector, that automated attacker, potentially leveraging compromised secrets, things like API keys, secrets, those kinds of things, and impersonating you. They're able to target your environment. So what do we do about these risks? OWASP again to the rescue. They have their top 10 API security risks for you to use as a benchmark. You can start from them and guide your development and how to use APIs out there. And many of them are related to, go figure, authentication and authorization, right along with other vulnerabilities like overconsumption. So you need to watch out for that, which could lead to things like denial of service or even just increased operational cost out there. So good reference for you out there. So let's take a look briefly at some of the tools, processes, and techniques over the remainder of the presentation so we can power up our web application security efforts. All right, so security testing tools and techniques. First, it's a common phrase in the IT world, especially if you're in cybersecurity, to know thy something, right? Fill in the blank. In this case, having a software asset management inventory should be your starting point. Why? Well, how do you secure what you don't know exists, right? Additionally, having things like a software bill of materials is also really important. A list of all your open source and third-party components present in your code. Like, for example, many of you probably dealt with this like I did, the good old-fashioned log. I'm calling it good old-fashioned now because it feels so old, but like the log4j vulnerabilities. Anybody remember that, right? As you can imagine, without an inventory, how do you quickly find and remediate those risks out there? These type of supply chain attacks has prompted even the federal government, of course, to issue detailed guidelines out there on how to secure their software. SBOMs are a big part of that effort. So once you know your software, what can you do? We can leverage tools like the static application security testing or SaaS tools, and they can scan and report on your code at rest, along with dynamic application security testing. Some fascinating tools out there. DAST can scan and report on your code while it's actually being executed. Another tool, again, going back to our library of tools, is a software composition analysis that can detect your open source software, if it's up to date, are there any security flaws, or do you have any licensing requirements, those kind of things. And I throw this last one out here because I don't know if people still do this out there, but I love these. This is something called a peer review, cheap and free kind of thing. Get together as a group. I like it because it helps build trusted relationships out there. And again, we go with this idea of need for speed out there. Some metrics related to this is an example of a visual from our SANS DevSecOps survey I've been involved with the past couple of years, and it's showing basically a key performance indicator here: the average time to patch and resolve critical security risks for systems. And this is based on our survey results from just recently that we had in 2023. For more details, please go out and look at the reference. We have a white paper out there, and myself and Ben Allen, we did an awesome job presenting it just about a month ago or so. All right. So what else do we have to work with? Vulnerability management. Let's not forget about that. In instant response, helping us proactively and reactively. So first, proactively with vulnerability management, that's that continuous cycle where you assess, prioritize, remediate, validate, and improve, right? That's the idea. And it's constant. It's constant that we have to do, both for our web applications and for our corresponding infrastructure. Those virtual machines, those containers, those web and application server technologies, and what have you. Now, I half jokingly say this, but we need to make sure we get the scans in the hands. And what that means is it really important that we get that vulnerability information, the reports, those kinds of things into people's hands that can actually do something. Of course, we want to remember to follow config management processes, QA processes, all that kind of thing, right? And watch for things like drift detection, what changed in your environment, those kinds of things. Now, reactively in instant response, we have to be vigilant, ready for action. In SANS, we use this acronym called PICRL. I love it, right? Preparation, identification, containment, eradication, recovery, and lessons learned. It's an important aspect. And I always joke in my class when I'm teaching, we love logs. Yes, we do. We love logs. How about you? I don't know if I did that very well, but But basically, we love logs. Why? They help us with troubleshooting, they help us with fine tuning, and they help us with the lessons learned activity in order to then go out and invest in other technologies or technical and compensating controls that we might need in our environment. Now, what might they be? All right. So first up, policies, standards, and procedures. They're kind of the cheaper things. Well, they're not really cheap. They take a lot of hard work. They're consuming, that kind of thing. But think about how they can help you. Of course, we want to enforce principle of least privilege related to authentication and authorization, for an example, those kinds of things. Only give people what they need. Secrets management, this is a huge one. Like, how do we rotate our passwords, our API keys, any kind of service account credentials, database credentials, those kinds of things. Encryption comes to my mind always. Certificate management, of course, is a part of that. How do we actually deal with things like data at rest and in transit, of course? How do we keep track of those all important keys? Well, we need things like key vaults to help us out. And of course, source code management, where we're actually protecting our source code at all costs. And I always say this in class, we preach this a lot. Please be careful not to expose credentials in your source code. It happens more often than you would think. Things like multi-factor authentication. And then the big ones, really big technological stacks are the web application firewalls out there, or even the web application and API protection tools can help you mitigate a lot of these things in line. Now, they're really, really effective, but you do need to have a thorough understanding of your application out there. And then you may or may not have heard this one. It's called the Cloud Access Security Broker, or CASB technology. This is like your enforcer, basically, to help you with protecting, things like user behavior, for example. You may have heard of like the impossible traveler kind of thing, those kinds of things. Now, I'll ask another open-ended question. Can you think of other technologies? Because this is certainly just a short list of ones that I'm exposing, but can you think of other technical controls and technologies even beyond this list? Feel free to shout those out in the chat session as well. All right, I'll hold there for a second. Now, one of the things I always enjoy is talking about the future. So the future of effectively, when we've talked about this already today, how do we look in that crystal ball, so to speak? How do we forecast the future? It's a lot of fun. It's fun to dream and dream big, so to speak. Go big or go home, so to speak, right? There's a lot of hype, of course, out there when it comes to AI, of course. That's Captain Obvious kind of statement, since we just talked about that a little while ago. Now, for me, I think it's kind of counterintuitive. AI, in the world where many of us have moved away from artificial, I jokingly say, hey, we moved away from artificial sweeteners, preservatives, those kinds of things. So in my opinion, we should be moving to something more towards OI, or organic intelligence, right? How many of us go to the grocery store now and buy organic stuff? So OI, that's my term of the day. I don't know if that'll catch on. And it's my, see if it catches on. All joking aside, AI, of course, it can help us be more efficient. Potentially, it can also be used for good and bad, as we talked about before. There's a potential there of a nightmare. I can't imagine an AI-based attack, but hey, think like an attacker again, right? Think like MITRE attack on steroids, so to speak. The Terminator, going out and generating a bot or a buffer overflow attack against our web application. Yikes, right? For us defenders, of course, remember things like compromised accounts, web application attacks against our healthcare systems. When they're successful, they have a significant cost, going back to square one. Remember the average cost of a healthcare breach approaching 11 million bucks. Yeah, that's another thing. This is another avenue, I think, for AI to help us out. Right along with doing things like leveraging multi-factor authentication across all of our applications. Now, more importantly, I'd like to see DevSecOps. Please go out and check that out on what we've done on the survey. I'd like it to see it become more seamless in our organizations, and I hope that's what the future holds. So, feel free, please check out that DevSecOps survey and the rich detail out there. Now, I'd be remiss if I didn't mention SANS security, of course. Honestly, in 30 minutes, as you can really imagine, it's really difficult to cover all of this web application security capabilities. I've hit a lot of the highlights, I believe. So if you want more, if you want to dig into the details, so to speak, SANS has some awesome training for you. Maybe you're an experienced cybersecurity professional. You want to better understand web app security. We have SEC 522, the application security class on securing web apps, APIs, and microservices. We have Sec 540, which is awesome. This is all about automation in the DevSecOps world. Now, maybe you're more of a management person. We also have leading cloud security design and implementation, or maybe you just, quite frankly, just new to cybersecurity altogether. There's some great classes like Sec 301, 401, even the class I teach, Sec 488. If you're interested in cloud security, I'd love to see you in a class in the future. I think I'm running out of time, so I'm going to quickly jump in and ask if anybody has any questions. I'll look back at the comments here. And of course, if you ever want to reach out, I'm on LinkedIn, and feel free to reach out anytime. I'd like to also just take a moment to say thank you to all of you for your participation today. I know your time is valuable, and I really appreciate your investment securing our healthcare systems. And I hope to see you at a future SANS conference. I look forward to meeting you then sometime.
Chris, absolutely phenomenal. Absolutely. So much good information.
Lots of information. It's hard to do that in 30 minutes.
It is a lot, which, I mean, anybody that's attempted it or went to a SANS course just knows it usually is just fire hose information, just absorb all of it as you can. Exactly. And then kind of go back. I am curious when it comes to 488, for anybody that's kind of on here, might be curious about that. Where should they be kind of on their cloud knowledge when they can they just jump right into 48 with nothing? Does it require a little bit? Like what could they expect?
It's a great question. So a little bit doesn't hurt, that's for sure. I mean, having some knowledge, but we have our expectations are fairly minimal. Just being someone who works in IT a little bit is somewhat comfortable working on systems, operating systems, that kind of thing. But we also do have the 388 class, which is a predecessor. So if you're really not sure, you could always take that. If I remember correctly, hopefully I'm correct in saying it's a 3-day class. So if you want to jump right into 48, we see a lot of people doing that with little to no experience. I see people from IT, from security professional backgrounds, from management. I see it from all walks of life taking that class. So good question.
It's awesome. I know Stacy's a huge cloud fan herself.
I am.
Cloud is awesome. So fun.
I try to. I joke with Stacy a lot of time. I still try to stay very primitive. I want to keep everything on-prem, everything locked down, which is not the way to go. We should go cloud, make everything.
So you're a control freak. I'm just kidding, Rich.
I am. My whole house is locked.
Of the opinion of it's nice to have a little bit of both. It's nice to have your areas where you're a control freak, and then it's also convenience is a good factor, right? Scalability is a good factor.
Absolutely. We do appreciate you coming on, Chris. It is absolutely, again, phenomenal. The information was great. I'm pretty sure all the comments, show that people definitely enjoyed what you had to show.
Super. Thanks a lot. Take care, everybody.
Absolutely. Stacy.
We have some really nice comments in the chat about our hair. So thank you for that. That's really kind of you to say.
It's the things they notice, which is what really matters. Yeah, put smiles on our faces. But I think we have good news, Stacy.
We do.
Are we going back to the giveaway?
We can. So I want to bring up to everyone here, you all were so awesome and you put in so many entries. Do you know what you did? You broke our tool. That's how cool all of you are. So yeah, exactly. I'm going to put some feedback in the chat here. This is amazing. So this time what we had to do is we had to change out of the hashtag. And now if you would like to be entered into this next giveaway, type OWASP, no hashtag. That is OWASP for Open Web Application Security Project. Start typing that now. We will see your entries start to fill in. We're no longer doing the SANS HC forum for this, just to be very clear.
Yes.
This is now type OWASP because that one happened to break because we had so many amazing participants. So please switch. Let's key switch over to OWASP. Yes, now we're getting so many OWASPs coming in.
Go for it. Go for it. Go for it. Are we only going to do the one, Stacy, this time just to be safe? Do one now. We try to do another one afterwards just to keep on track.
Yeah, we'll do one now, and then we will do the rest at the end because we don't want to cut into this next amazing talk that we have prepared about ransomware. So that's at the top of a lot of people's minds with some of these recent attacks that have been happening. So as we gear into that, keep typing OWASP in. We're going to draw here shortly. And again, we will have another drawing at the end of this event.
Absolutely. As Stacy mentioned, if you've been watching the news, if you get on your phone, you kind of look anything on, ransomware is probably on every third or fourth article that you might see, regardless of the domain or the organization or the vertical you might find yourself in. Ransomware is definitely a hot topic still. And we have two phenomenal individuals getting ready to come on here in a minute and really just kind of talk about that. So if we could,
let's go ahead and draw that draw. We're that number is climbing.
Let's draw for it. Let's see what happens.
Here it goes. I loved the little Squirtle. I saw the Squirtle. Richard, another Rich.
Richard Lakpasa from YouTube. Congratulations.
To claim your prize, please email contentmarketing@sans.org. We have that up here on the screen. So, Rich, are you excited?
Yes, I am excited. I'm super excited. Ransomware and Ryan Chapman is just so energetic. He's so passionate. He really, to take such a topic that is scary for a lot of people and really kind of bring it down and bring it to where people can kind of dive in there with him. It is so exciting. And I am really looking forward to having him on here.
Yeah. And also Ryan is another, like myself and probably a lot of you here, a retro gaming enthusiast.
He is. Oh,
if you couldn't tell by his amazing background.
Yeah, I was just pointing back here. I was like, look, right back there, right there. Hey, how's it going?
Hey.
Amazing. The Metroid, I love it behind.
So yeah, buddy.
Need to figure that out. Ryan. What's the other one?
Over here?
Yep.
It's Sir Artorias from Dark Souls.
Oh.
You can actually see, you can't really see it, but if I scroll up, I'm so computer oriented. If I scroll up in real life, you can see that there's this wolf right there.
That's awesome.
And I got Street Fighter over there.
Oh, a Chun-Li. Yeah.
I'm finding so many future best friends today, Stacy.
I know. It's funny how all of us in security, there's so many overlaps in hobbies and interests.
Yeah, there really are.
Brian,
thanks for having me on. I'm excited to be here.
Yes. Yeah, I was going to say the floor is yours. I don't want to take any of your time. I know you probably have amazing things for everybody, and enjoy.
Yeah, so I wanted to come on and just talk a bit through ransomware and the scourge and what's going on. And in the world of ransomware, unfortunately, healthcare is the number 3 this year so far, the number 3 sector that's been hit, at least that we know about publicly. All right. And then last year it was number 2. So construction always seems to be number 1 for whatever reasons. But I should digress before I keep going. Hi, folks. My name is Ryan, and I'm the author of SANS Forensics 528 Ransomware for Incident Responders. So it's a 4-day digital forensics course where I break down ransomware attacks from the planning stage to how they begin the attack and, the whole life cycle essentially, and then the little in stuff down there. And we try to hit on all the different possible scenarios that you might run into in a ransomware situation. And unfortunately, there's an evolution to ransomware that we're seeing these days that is not favorable for anyone, really. I mean, why would it be? It's related to ransomware. So some folks may have heard the terms cyber extortion, or you may have heard the terms data theft extortion. So what that all comes from is, to pull back a little bit, like, what is ransomware, right? People say it all the time. There was a ransomware attack. There was a ransomware attack. Well, what does that even mean? So ransomware back in like 2000, I guess 14-ish. And a little prior to that, ransomware was more referred to as a locker. And it was essentially a malicious software, malware, the term malware, that would be sent like via email, typically, like just attached to an email. And people would, fall for some silly ploy, social engineering, and go, oh, I have a package I didn't expect. Okay, that's cool. And go boop, and then click. And then their machine would essentially display a window that would say, hey, sucks for you. And then there were multiple different avenues, like this is the FBI, or this is, I found private files in your computer that you don't want leaked out, or whatever it was. But it would lock a single computer. And they were typically referred to as lockers. In fact, in the darknet forums, which is where a lot of the Russian-speaking, I should say, at least Russian-speaking, a high majority of them, ransomware threat actors, where they congregate and where they hang out, they still refer to ransomware these days as a locker. And that's from that old school term, locker, where it would just, window would come up and you couldn't use your computer, your one computer. So that was a threat that wasn't good. It was more on the personal level. It was kind of wide net approaches. They'd throw that net out and just, mouse spam, malicious spam the entire freaking internet, every email address they could find. The evolution of that came to, well, some threat actors realized instead of just locking one computer, why don't we lock an entire organization? And how could we do that? So what they did is they adapted the methodologies, the techniques, tactics, and procedures, or TTPs that we sometimes refer to as the way that what we had referred to previously, advanced persistent threat, or APT, which is usually like nation state sponsored. I won't name the big countries, but you all know what I'm about to say. So those styles of attack, they have a reconnaissance phase. They have the initial infection vector, like where they get in, initial entry, initial access. Once they get in, what do? Well, they carry out their espionage attacks, right? And they do it by doing all kinds of fun stuff. They get in through a typical user account, hopefully not your user account. When they get into those accounts, what they do is they elevate their privileges. So if I'm working IT at a healthcare organization and one of my general employees gets phished, for example, right? They want to get my credentials because I have the keys of the kingdom, right? So that's called a privilege escalation. They want to escalate their privileges, and then they want to move around the environment. Why? Well, because they have actions on objectives that they need to reach, right? And those actions that they want to carry out these days are not just to deploy ransomware, but to also steal your data, right? We call it data exfiltration, to steal your stuff, right? So the ransomware actors came up with this idea, well, why don't we just go in, carry out the attacks just like those folks do, but then at the end of it, deploy ransomware. And so that was the birth of human operated ransomware. I refer to it as humor, HUM capital OR. Humor. It's not humorous, but it's human operated ransomware. So that was like a whole new ballgame, because now we're not talking about, APC like at a nursing station that goes down, right? No. We're talking about the entire hospital going down, or the chain, or the campus, or whatever it might be. From there, ransomware developers realize, wow, this is super, super successful. This is awesome. How can we make more money and make more people miserable? And the way that they did that is they thought, ooh, I know. We'll make it like a multi-level marketing. And essentially what we'll do is we will lease out the product and we'll have other people go sell it for us, right? Sell it. What does that mean? It means that a core group of developers, apparently a core group is a fist for me today. That's the core group here, would develop the ransomware and maintain the infrastructure for the malware itself, like the malicious software that would come at the end of the attack. And then they would write out these playbooks, and it would just be like, step 1, do this. Step 2, do this. Step 3. And then they would hire affiliates. And the affiliates would be just like the people who are knocking on your door, the old Avon days. Well, in the United States, Avon was a beauty company who used to send people around and do all the legwork, if you will. Were the people, they were called originally Avon ladies, I think was the term, Avon marketers, whatever it was. And so the idea for ransomware was, we're going to have this core team, and then we're going to hire all these different people, right? Sometimes some of those groups will literally hire them, but these days it's more you just kind of come on board. Sometimes you actually have to lease the software. Essentially, you pay a leasing fee, if you will. But then your job is to essentially follow your playbook and the one that the core group provided to you, get into an environment, carry out the attack, and then deploy the ransomware. But you don't have to know how to write ransomware. You just need to know how to follow a playbook and attack an organization, which unfortunately is very, very easy. By the way, in healthcare, the average that I last saw was around 6% of the IT budget goes towards security. That's horrible. That's not good. That's a bad look for the industry. And going towards the whole securing the patient thing, like we need to fix that. Anyway, so that became known as ransomware as a service. So the idea behind that was that anyone can get involved in the ransomware game, right? So these ransomware attacks that we've started seeing that just started proliferating since 2016 and just going up, like up and up and up and up and up. They got exponentially worse in 2019 when a group called Maze, like, you traverse a maze or try to solve a maze. They came out and they were like, wait a minute, what if instead of just, destroying all your stuff and wreaking havoc, right, for your patient care and everything, what if we also steal a bunch of your data and then hold that over your head, essentially, or whatever that was, hold it over your head for extortion purposes? So it was multi-levels of extortion. One was, well, do you want your network back? As in your hosts, your computers, because you can't use them because they're encrypted and you need our key, right? That's extortion level 1. And then the second stage of extortion was, oh, and by the way, we have a bunch of your data. And if you don't pay us, we will release that data to the public, or we will sell it on the dark net, or we will do both, or whatever it might be. So that's where we've come now. Sitting here in 2023, we have a situation where healthcare, just in general, the IT budgets do not really allocate a whole lot for security. And yet ransomware is going up and up and up and up and up. There was this pervasive thought in the industry that ransomware was going away, that it was dying, especially in like early 2022. No, not at all. No. Ransomware is extremely prevalent these days. There are many, many groups who are ransomware as a service groups, and there are many, many other groups who dedicate to specific verticals and sectors and try to compromise them. So a ransomware attack is usually what's called an affiliate, will come into your environment. And sometimes they don't even have to get into your environment themselves. They use what's known as an initial access broker. That's an entirely separate realm of the threat actor community, but very tightly integrated with ransomware these days because they work very, very closely together. Their whole job, all they do, 9 to 5, and many of them do work like a 9 to 5. You'll see their activity spike like this if you're tracking their activity, like on a personal level, So their job is to get into networks. And they love to get into healthcare. They love to get into hospitals. They're starting to get into plastic surgery centers. They're doing all these crazy things. Are they really? No, they're not. The initial access brokers are exploiting what I refer to as security 101 failures. And that's what I'm trying to get across here, especially for this forum, is that a lot of these ransomware actors, what they're not doing is using the latest, greatest, craziest tech out there in the world. They're not doing that. I mean, first off, some of them are. Sure. There's you may have heard of the MoveIt vulnerability. There's software called MoveIt, and its purpose is data warehousing and data management, essentially. It's file storage, right? At the base level, right? So there was a 0 day, as in like no one knew this was a possibility to run this particular exploit. And they leveraged that. A group called CLOP leveraged that. CL0P is their name, CLOP. They leveraged that and hit hundreds of organizations because they were able to just log into their cloud-based file sharing, their file sharing stuff and go, "Ooh, this is all your data, yay!" And they just ripped it all off. They didn't encrypt. They just stole all the data. And there were a number of different healthcare entities involved in that. Right. So that's a 0 day. That's bad. How are you going to plan for that? You got to kind of plan your response really for that. And you can protect the organization as much as possible should any of your commercial services, have something like that. But that's not what normally happens, especially in healthcare. What normally happens is the threat actor will phish someone associated with the healthcare entity or organization, or they will just do what's referred to as brute forcing or credential stuffing, as it were. We all think that we have these crazy, unique, special passwords, and I really, really hope that you watching right now that you do. But many people are using things still like, what month are we in right now? Where am I? What world is this? 2023, September. All right, so they'll be like fall 2023 exclamation point. They're still using those types of passwords. They, being like your employees, are still using those types of passwords. By the way, for any IT folks on right now, there's a mechanism called passfilter.dll in the Windows environment. It allows you to filter out certain passwords. It's not super granular, but there are replacements for it. You can stop your employees from using super silly things in their passwords, like the names of months, the names, proper first names, the names of the seasons and things like that, and the year for that matter. You can get a pass filter replacement. Look that up for IT folks who are on right now. Okay, so these threat actors are just taking passwords and just throwing them at a bunch of remote services at hospitals and healthcare centers and surgery centers, and then boop, they get into a machine. Ooh, and once they're in, from there, it's essentially game over, right? So all these security 101 failures are things of like not setting up MFA properly, not multi-factor authentication, not having it, or using MFA that is tied to a phone. So if you have MFA, you're going to most likely have it on your mobile devices, right? Some type of like, yes, that's me, boop, right? After you put your username and password in. If you're using text-based, also known as SMS, if you're using SMS MFA, the ransomware actors these days are implementing attacks that are known as SIM swapping. So not these CDMA phones, but a lot of phones have what's known as a SIM card. And the card is basically your account, right? That's your account. So those cards can be transferred between phones, boop, 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 and they can be swapped is the term. So a threat actor can get your username and password. And let's say that you do have MFA set up in your healthcare environment. However, let's say that it's all text-based. Like it just sends a text message and says, hey, was this you? Hit, type yes, or put this number in, or whatever it might be. Well, the threat actors have this vast network now, and I mean vast, okay? If they want to target someone, they'll find me. They'll find that I have a phone via, I'm not going to say it even. I almost said my provider, like let's not give them more information than they need. But they'll find out who your mobile provider is, and they'll swap that out by either calling and manipulating them, or they actually have people on the payroll, like a decent number of people on the payroll. I'm smiling, but it's not a good thing. It's a very bad thing. And they'll just swap the phone. So they're essentially, you have your phone in your hand, right? But all of a sudden your phone, your account is transferred away from your phone and into a phone that's in their hand. They have a whole ecosystem. There's multiple levels and roles. One person's the holder. They actually hold the phone physically. One person calls. It's a whole thing, right? And ransomware is starting to use this now. My whole point to this is if you're using MFA that uses SMS, stop it. Stop it, because they're starting to get into large organizations because of that. So be careful for that. And we're seeing it impact healthcare. Another place that we're seeing some problems essentially is when you have your users who have their own phone. Like this is my personal phone, right? I have a work phone over there, but I have a personal phone. Many people use like one phone, or they'll have a work phone, but it won't be your phone that you gave them, that your IT department gave them, and it won't have mobile device management on it and lock down and have a VPN connection that's always on and be secured against stupid links that someone might send out. Rather, you probably use a BYOD, bring your own device, right? And that means that people just go buy a phone. Usually they'll pull one out of the drawer, like last couple of years phones or whatever, and they'll be like, this is my new work phone. When they use those types of phones, the threat actors know that you don't have much visibility into that darn phone. So, So what they're doing, is they're phishing via the phone. So they're sending SMS text messages to your employees. And it's very, very easy, especially in healthcare, by the way, very, very easy to get doctor names. And I mean, just think about how much of your practice, whatever it might be, is out there with, you need to get a hold of our scheduling desk or Dr. So-and-so, and it's like, it's really easy to get your phone numbers. So you have to be very, very careful for your users and do employee training, especially in healthcare, to avoid having people fall for phishing via the phone. I'm getting them more and more just in general. I got one yesterday. I think I might have it still active here. I can randomly just talk through this. Yeah, here it is right here. I got a random message. The USPS package has arrived at the warehouse and blah, 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 blah. And it's like, the link is not active because my carrier tries to protect me. So it even says like, reply to this message, close the text message, open it back up, then click the link, because then it would be active because I've interacted with it. No, I'm not going to do that. And make sure your employees also don't do that. All right. It's very important. These are some of the new threats in ransomware that we have to worry about. Right? SIM swapping. How do you stop SIM swapping, and how do you stop the entry vector of that methodology for your healthcare environment? Well, it depends. If you're using BYOD, the onus is on your employee, all of your employees, better yet. And that's a bit of a persnickety situation. So what you might want to do is train your employees to call their mobile providers. Now, will they do it? I don't know. Can you make them do it? No. But you can ask them to do it. And they can call the providers and ask for two different types of passcodes or PINs. One of them is a passcode that's just referred to as account access, typically. Like all the big providers in the United States and other countries, all the big providers will usually offer some type of passcode you can put on the account. So you have to give it verbally or maybe teletype it in, whatever, so that you can't even access the account without it. There's oftentimes, however, also the ability to set one for transfers, which is what a SIM swap is, right? When your phone just becomes not your phone and just an empty little husk, essentially, right? So you can train your employees like, hey, can you, everyone just call your provider and ask them, put a passcode on the account. Don't let the account be transferred unless I give you this specific passcode, phrase, PIN, whatever. Now, I did mention they have people on the payroll in the ransomware gang these days who will just do a SIM swap. They don't care if your account says, don't change this, don't transfer it, because they're doing it illegally anyway. They don't care. So it's very difficult to deal with in that regard, but it's still, an extra level of protection, if you will. All right. Another thing I want to talk about just in general for ransomware and healthcare is we're starting to see a lot of, unfortunately, protected health information, PHI, that is going out the door and then is being leaked, like legitimately leaked out, right? So if I do, I was going to say if I do some math, I'm not going to do math. I'm going to just walk you through something here. Knowing what attacks are actually occurred in the ransomware realm, all the attacks, no one knows that. That's not possible, right? Knowing, however, what attacks have been publicized, that's one thing. But also knowing what attacks have been publicized by the threat actors, that's another thing. So I have a link that I'm going to give out in a second here. Please be careful for anyone who's not in the IT realm. Don't go to this link. And for anyone who is in the IT realm, be very, very careful when clicking around here. Okay, but if you go to, and they're going to pop it on the screen here, FOR528.com. That's my class name, right? So FOR528.com/RGang. R like ransomware, and then gang like they're the dirty gang, right? So if you go to that URL, there's a listing of a number of trackers where you have people who scrape all the data leak sites of the various threat actor groups and give you kind of like an overview and statistics and things of that nature. So one of the ones that I love the most, it's called ecrime.ch. It's the only one, by the way, full disclosure, I'm buddies with the guy who runs the site. It's the only one that's not free. It is a paid subscription. So I'm just throwing that out there. I'm not trying to hawk his wares. I'm just saying it's the one I rely on, and I'm about to give numbers from that site right now. So the threat actors, when they release data, what they do is they go onto they'll call it like a blog or their website, or they'll call it their darknet site, but we all refer to those collectively as a data leak site, a DLS. They'll go onto their DLS and they'll say, all right, we just hit so-and-so. And I don't really want to mention some names right now because I always feel bad like giving new victim names on these streams. Like, oh, guess who else got pwned? Like, that just feels bad. But I'm looking at it right now. I'm looking at the eCrime. There's a couple other ones out there, Ransom Look, Ransom Watch. They're for free. Just click them at the top of that link, that /RGang link site. So I'm looking at healthcare, and I see some of the various categories like hospitals and healthcare, medical practices, pharmaceutical manufacturing, mental health care. That one really irks me. And we look at this year, so year to date, right? How many attacks have there been that have been reported by the threat actors themselves? And it's 240. And if I look at this number of those, 43 of them were a group called Lockbit 3.0. They version themselves because they evolve and get better, which sucks for all of us. So Lockbit has hit a number of these groups. Alf VM, also known as Black Cat, has 27 thus far this year, and Clop has 27. I believe almost all of those Clop ones were that Move It vulnerability, technically. So looking at the numbers and looking at, you can't see it right now. I know that. I'm looking at the screen here. But, the employee sizes, a lot of people also think that medical practice sizes that get hit by ransomware are these big gargantuan, like the Anthem and things of that. Well, not necessarily. In fact, I'm looking at a list right now. Employee size for a victim from today, 2 days ago. Sorry, I forgot what day it was. Employee size 2 to 10. Employee size 2 to 10. Employee size 11 to 50. Employee size 11 to 50. The very next one, up to 10,000. Like, they're all over the place. They hit so many organizations. I've worked ransomware cases for dentist office. I mean, like all over the quote, the medical field, essentially, in healthcare. One of the things that really is problematic is this evolution to not encrypt the environment, but just steal the data. So I'm referring to that like in my course going forward because the industry doesn't have a de jure standard, right? There's no law written that says we call it this. We don't all agree on something. I'm going to go with just cyber extortion, right? So you have an attack and they steal your data, and then they leak that data out. Now, out of this almost 300 or whatever we've had this year, what are we seeing? I don't want to mention specific organization names. I don't like doing that if I can avoid it. But I will say, my wife works in healthcare. She works in the beauty industry, right? So she works. She's worked at a number of plastic surgery centers and things of that nature. So one time they were doing training, and she asked me, "Can you come in? The doctor's having some outside person come in. They just want to do like a consult, but with you." And I'm like, "Sure." So I go in, and I'm standing there, and within like 2 or 3 minutes, he's like, "All right, go ahead and take your shirt off." And I'm like, "Whoa." I'm just helping my wife. Like, what's happening here? So all of a sudden they're taking pictures, and I'm like, whoa, who's protecting this? Like, who's your IT person anyway? And they're like, oh, he comes once a month. We got a guy. His name is so-and-so. I was like, what? What? And you're putting weird pictures of me? Like, no. So I thought that was funny at the time. But what's not funny is those exact things have been leaked out, and very recently, by the way. So I don't want to mention specific organizations or group names, but we're seeing before and after of medical procedures. We're seeing before and after of like surgeries, and just think about I don't even want to think about it. A lot of the things you do, the last thing you ever want is your most vulnerable self out there, whether it's in text format or literally pictures of that vulnerability, and those things are being leaked out because of ransomware. So to, kind of wrap this up a little bit, I've got another, I think 6-7 minutes or whatever. I think that in the healthcare community, there's not enough understanding of what ransomware is, right? So what is that leading to? It's leading to not enough protections around ransomware. And what are those protections truly? It's really what I call security 101. It's good password hygiene in the environment. If you can enforce it at a technical level, you can tell your employees, hey, don't make your password, something stupid like the month, the year, and your name. Like, don't do that. And they'll go, okay, I won't do that. And then they'll be like, and then they'll go do it. If you could stop them from doing that, look up PassFilt for you IT folks. Look that up. Also, if you can stop having so many services exposed to the internet for you IT folks, right? The more services you have exposed, the more exposure, that you have, right? And the other thing about that is, I think I digressed on this part earlier. The threat actors are not really using these 0-day things. They're using general vulnerabilities. I have a listing of, 20, 30, something like that. Common vulnerabilities and exposures. It's CVEs is what they're referred to as. And they are like when a software provider, hardware provider, whatever, comes out and says, hey, we made a boo-boo. And it turns out that there's this vulnerability where someone could just remotely log in without ever knowing a password or, whatever, right? When they publish those and they put a patch out, right? And you're supposed to patch your software. You know who doesn't patch their software? I'll give everyone like 2 full seconds to guess. Who doesn't patch their software in this world? Everyone. Everyone doesn't patch their software. It's ridiculous. When we say patch, the reason we're saying that is because when the threat actors see these things come out, they are downloading the exact patches that are fixing the problem. In the medical community, you have so many devices on your networks, including like Internet of Things. You have all these different devices. You got blood pressure regulators and all these things that are pumps and all kinds of things I had to deal with recently on some cases. And they're connected to the internet, and you're not updating those. You're not checking with the vendors, and they're just sitting there. They're just sitting there. And when they become vulnerable, they're just sitting there. And you have your firewalls and your VPN, virtual private networking, is how you connect remotely into your office sites, right? Remotely, hence I said remotely twice. Those services are there to help us and to ease our daily computing lives, but they will make them much, much worse if we don't also stay up to date and patch those. So whatever go back to work, or unless you're there now, you're remote. Maybe you're at work now. Hi, I'm in my office. I'm not at work. This is my fun work. So if you have that situation where you can go back and say, hey, what's our patch cycle like? If you hear anything over 30 days, very politely tell them no, no. So 60 days, 90 days, 120 days, the threat actors are downloading the patches that all these different vendors put out. those patches specifically seek out the vulnerable code and then it fixes it. So what does it do for the threat actor? The threat actor goes, okay, where is it going? Oh, it's going to that line right there. That's the vulnerability. Okay, thank you. And then they're exploiting it, developing exploits. So, all right. Again, some of the things we're seeing in healthcare that I want to mention again, that's allowing ransomware into your environments and causing this data leakage of your most private and sensitive moments and things of that nature, is there's a big shift to phones. So be careful. MFA, you should have MFA on all the things. All right. If you are an employer, like, I don't work in IT, but I'm here, that's fine. Awesome. Thank you for being here. But please go back to work and take note of when you log into systems and services, are you putting in your username and password and then that's it? You just log in? Like, that's it? Yeah. If so, that's bad. Talk to someone. If you don't even know who to talk to in IT, talk to your manager. Put the onus on them. Like, hey, you're my boss. This is a problem. So you want to have some type of multi-factor. If that multi-factor is a text message, right? Just a text message, that is still a problem that needs to be fixed. The alternative to that, by the way, is usually referred to as a push, an application that is installed on the phone that is configured, initially set up, and will not travel with the SIM. If there's a SIM swap, it stays on the phone itself. That's the alternative, by the way. I neglected to mention that. Okay, so be very, very careful of your phones. You don't want to end up in a situation where you have a threat actor come into your environment and encrypt it, or even just exfil your data. Because just so folks are aware, I've worked cases and I have a vast network, which probably doesn't surprise you. I like to talk a lot. Can you tell? A vast network of online cohorts and buddies that do the same thing I do, which is incident response. That's my day job, by the way. I'm the one who comes in and goes, uh-oh, and helps you clean things up, get them out. What we're seeing is that even if a threat actor comes in and does not encrypt, the amount of cleanup and the cost of that cleanup to deal with rebuilding all of those hosts, resetting all those passwords, ensuring the threat actor can't get in the same way. You have to find out how they got in. Like all those things, heck, just the tab for us, incident response, and make sure you have cyber insurance, by the way. I recommend it personally that you look into that if you don't have that. It's massive. And there are many, many groups and entire campuses that will go down even if they're not encrypted, because they have to be brought down on our recommendation. I often will recommend, you need to go dark. You need to kill all internet. You need to stop this now, or you're going to get encrypted. And imagine me going into a hospital environment and saying that. People are you mad? And I've done it many times, and I've had people do it many times. So you don't want them to get in. Do a little bit of research on some of the initial access brokers if you're wondering how people are getting into your environments. And I just want to say, I've got another minute or two here. I'm very happy to have been able to just kind of yammer on about ransomware and some of the newer things we're seeing and really what it is. I hope that I helped out a little bit. If there's any questions, I think I see my comments over here. Click. Now I saw them. Cool. I saw them at the very end. Good job, Ryan. I'll tell you what, I'm going to reply to some of these in the chat because I failed to do it while I was talking. That's what I should have been doing. That's all right. So yeah, I'll leave it at that. Obviously, I've got a lot more to say. You can find me on, I'm still on Twitter or X. Yeah, I don't know who's still on there, but I am. I'm RJ_Chap. It's actually right there on the screen. Boop, right there. So you can hit me up there, add me on LinkedIn. If you have any questions, you want to talk about some things, any emergent needs, whatever it might be, I'm around. And to the crew who's hosting, if you want to pop back on, I'll invite you back on. Hi.
We just materialized, Ryan. Thanks for bringing us back.
We booped in, if you will.
I just wanted to say thanks for having me. And for everyone out there, seriously, discuss security in your organization with whoever you possibly can, because we're not putting enough into truly securing the patient. Because in my mind and in SANS, that I'll speak for all of us, securing the patient includes IT security. I got befuddled just trying to think of other ways to say that. So yeah, go do that.
You do have some phenomenal questions that we starred for you, Ryan, in the chat, really kind of looking at ransomware and password complexities. There's just a good list of them over there.
Awesome. I will fill some of those out, respond to some of those. I got a little passionate and forgot to answer questions. Really, Ryan.
I warned him you were super passionate, so I think we're good. Stacy, are we
Yes.
doing another giveaway?
I think we can probably squeeze one in. I see people asking for it. So let's go ahead and do that really fast before our next talk. All right. So this time, what's our keyword?
Ransomware.
Ransomware is our keyword. We're switching it up because, like I said, you all have been so fantastic, and we're getting so many that we have to keep switching the word because it breaks it the next time we try to do it, which is not a normal thing. So this has been a very amazing and very active crowd today. So if you want the chance to win, sorry, Rich, I know I interrupted you. You want the chance to win a $750 discount to a SANS course. Type that word ransomware in the chat. Whatever platform you're using, type it in now.
Look at it climb. Look at it climb. No, Ryan just came on. I'm pretty sure said the word ransomware, I don't know, 100, 150 times. So it should be well ingrained. We have it up on the screen for you. Throw it in there as much as you can. As we prepare to come on and be wowed by Mr. James Tarala.
Yes.
It's going to be a good time. What do you think about that one, Stacy?
I loved it. And, I always love hearing from Ryan. And one of the things that I would like to say, one of my biggest takeaways, and I try to portray this information as well, is we're hearing a common theme across some of these talks. That isn't just healthcare, but it doesn't matter who you are. It doesn't matter if you work in tech or what your position is. This is something that involves everyone. So if there are things that you see at your work, such as not having MFA implemented or such as seeing these security gaps, definitely bring it up. Have those conversations.
Absolutely. And I know why we're waiting. I know it wasn't brought up, and it's kind of a personal question of mine because I ask a lot of people when it does come up. But for those that are in an organization, you're at that level, or even if you're not, what are your thoughts on paying a ransom or not paying a ransom?
Ooh.
Where do you draw the line? You can respond to me in chat. You can send it to me, DM, PM, whatever you want. I'm actually really curious. I find myself having this conversation at least 3 or 4 times a week with just random people because I don't know. And it's weird. Not weird. It's very interesting to see where certain individuals or organizations kind of make that dividing factor right there. I think we're close to go ahead and start the draw. We're at 96 entries right now.
Let's give that draw. Give that final push and hit that draw button.
Come on. There we go.
Hello.
Let's see my name pop up. I'm like, yeah. Hey. Nagasima.
Look at that. I know I saw you saying you didn't win, but now you did. Now you can't say you didn't win. So to collect your prize, remember, email contentmarketing@sans.org.
Congratulations. That is so awesome.
And remember, we will still have one final drawing at the end where we will give away a couple of different prizes. One of them being that NetWars Core continuous subscription. So we are excited to now transition into introducing James.
James Tarala himself.
Hey,
welcome, James.
Hey, thanks for having me today.
Absolutely. Glad you can be here with us today.
Yeah. Looking forward to giving some presentations, some good ones so far here today. So looking forward to being able to be a part of this. Appreciate you guys having me on the stream.
All right, James.
Take it away. The floor is yours.
All right. Thank you. Well, let me go ahead and put some slides up here for you guys. All right. So as we're getting the slides here ready, and they're going to go ahead and present here momentarily. First of all, let me just introduce myself and just thank everybody for having me here today. My name is James Tarala. I'm one of the SANS senior instructors. I've been at the SANS Institute for, oh goodness, going on 20, 25 years now at this point, something like that. So it's been a little while. I've had the opportunity to work with a lot of different programs here at the SANS Institute. I've been involved in everything from incident handling to pen testing to cybersecurity standards development and such over the years. I had the privilege of being one of the lead editors for the Center for Security CIS controls back in the day, and as well as working on some of the projects like the collective controls catalog, the collective risk methodology, the open threat taxonomy. So just had a chance to be a part of a lot of research projects here over the years. And from an industry standpoint, where I've had the privilege of working with healthcare is primarily with clinical, although also on the insurance side here a little bit as well over the years. and just had that opportunity to be a part of some of those challenges that everybody's facing on the healthcare side. So looking forward to talking about that today. So one of the things that I want to sort of go into here today is think a little bit here about what hygiene means in terms of cybersecurity in healthcare spaces. And we just had an opportunity to hear about some of the things, the challenges that can result, some of the negative impacts that happen to organizations if we have technical debt and what that looks like. And like I said, I've had the opportunity of working with clinical facilities for going on 25 years now in the cybersecurity space. And I think we all know that there are challenges for sure in that space. It's resourcing, it's getting executive leadership buy-in, although there are things like regulatory standards and other things that certainly drive us. Getting physicians to agree, getting executive leadership stakeholders to agree, doesn't always work the way that we want. And oftentimes, the ability for us to do the things that we know we need to do doesn't always happen. It's very, very similar to what you might see as you think about your personal health. If you're in a situation where you should be eating more vegetables and you should be exercising more regularly, you shouldn't be sitting at your desk all day. Yet at the same time, oftentimes we do, right? We know the right things to do, but oftentimes for various reasons we don't. And what we've learned is there are certain things that we know make an impact, and where we have very clear evidence of this fact. And that's what we really want to talk about today, is understand some of those concepts. One of the things that, as I always worked in these clinical facilities, I know one of the things that always would happen is I would go in, and one of my very first things they would do, of course, is give orientation, right? Like you would for any new organization. And of course, as you're in these orientation sessions, most often you're in with clinicians, you're in with nurses and doctors and people working in accounting and HR departments and such. And one of the things they always would tell you is, listen, you're in a place where disease exists, where there's communicable diseases and things you need to be aware of. And so we want to make sure that you are taking care of yourself and protecting yourself and people around you. And there are some things that we know work that actually will stop the spread of these diseases and frankly, even prevent death. And I know the one that was always sort of really pushed hard, especially in some of the hospitals where I worked, was a simple idea of washing your hands. And of course, we saw this during the pandemic where people would talk about it and, talking about singing the ABCs while you wash your hands, right? And all those kinds of things. But the thought, of course, is that there are some very simple, straightforward things that we can do. And if we were to do these things, then we have the potential of not only preventing some of the spread of these disease, but also, saving human lives. And the Center for Disease Control has published some really interesting statistics just around how many deaths per year, and it's astronomical how many deaths per year they estimate could be avoided if consistently people around the world would simply take the time to do this thing and wash their hands. And so that's the thing that we sort of think about in terms of cyber hygiene as well. So years ago, I was in Dubai and talking with the CEO of the Center for Security, it was Jane Lute at the time. And Jane and I were talking about what does it mean to have cyber hygiene? So we know what it means from a clinical standpoint, but what does that look like? Are there a set of core things that we can do that actually make a difference that would give us a better chance of success, or at least give us a better chance to achieve the goals we set for ourselves? And that's a conversation that I want to have. And the debate is, why is this still even a presentation? Many of you who know me or have been through my presentations know that, this is a topic that I've been talking about for years. And the question I would even wonder, I ask myself sometimes, like, is it worth even having this presentation? But I'll tell you, I believe that it is. Because the reason is we're still not consistently implementing even these most basic defenses that we know actually work. And I'm not saying we shouldn't look at the bleeding edge of technology. I'm not saying we shouldn't look at fancier solutions or, attacker emulations or, how AI fits into the idea of cybersecurity, or looking at quantifiable risk models and things like this. These are all really cool concepts and things we should be talking about. And absolutely, there needs to be a conversation in the security community about what we can do to encourage these good things. But the reality of the situation is these aren't the things that are the bread and butter hygiene, eat your vegetable controls that we need to achieve our goals. They just aren't. And so if you were to look back, again, 20 years, we might not have known the answer. Like, we might not have been able to tell you, if you do these things, you have a great chance of actually stopping these attacks. There's even statistics out there. You probably read something, you probably heard a statistic that either 85 or 90% of attacks can be stopped by implementing a small number of controls. I can tell you where that number comes from. But the point of it is there is some science behind that, where we actually have data from a series of government agencies who collected that information, actually down in Australia. And we're able to say, by doing root cause analysis of incidents, that there is a set number of things that if we do these things, we know that there's at least an 85-95% chance that we can stop attacks from these outsiders. And so the point we have is, it's not that we don't know what to do. This isn't wizardry anymore, right? We are now at the point in cybersecurity in our industry where we can say, we know these things work. You don't need to hire a wizard. We now can say this is a data science problem, that there are clearly implementation issues that we need to put into place consistently. And if we're willing to do those things, we believe that you can have a strong chance of success in achieving your goals and not having some of these, say, ransomware issues or other things that we've talked about, even some so far today. So our goal today, and what I want to be able to present on, is what are some of those things that you can practically do, take back to your office tomorrow and implement to be able to give you a chance of success in some of these areas. So the idea here that we have as far as achieving goals, we've been sort of thinking a lot about this year of what's the business premise for cybersecurity. And I've been thinking a lot about this with peers lately of why do we exist? Like, what's actually the purpose of this? And there's an assumption that I'm going to make. And the assumption that I'm going to make is something very simple, that we as organizations use technology to make our businesses more efficient, and we use them to make these more effective so that we can achieve our mission. But ultimately, technology is just simply that. It's a tool, and it enables us to achieve our business objectives, whatever those happen to be. And those technology systems need to continue operating the way that we design them to for us to be able to achieve those goals. So if we lose confidentiality, integrity of data, if we lose the availability of those systems, then there's a really good chance those technology platforms won't be there for us to help us achieve the mission that they are designed to achieve. And so the whole point of what we're doing in cyber defense is having the ability to put these controls in place, or a series of safeguards in place, to ensure that those technology platforms continue to achieve their goals so that they help enable the business, right? That's the entire reason why this all exists. And we assume that organizations are not special snowflakes. Healthcare versus a bank versus others. In healthcare, we have some of the exact same challenges that banks have, that let's say energy has, that local municipalities have. And I know we talk about terms of things like lack of funding, or human life or patient care, and those things, and those are very important concepts. And that's always been sort of a big driver for me when I've worked in healthcare organizations. Like, we want to do good at patient care, but the things we have to actually do to achieve these goals are not different between industries. And the reason why is we all use the same tech stacks. And if you look at our organizations, you look at a bank or an energy, a power generation facility versus a university, we use Windows workstations, we use Macs. We use Windows servers, we use Linux servers. We have some sort of network gear, Extreme, Cisco, whatever, at layer 2. And we have Cisco, Palo Alto, Fortinet, whoever, at layer 3 at the boundary. And we all basically do the same thing. We have cloud, we use GCP, we use Amazon, we use Azure. Right? It's not like there's 100 choices. We're all pretty much doing a variation of the same thing. And what that means is the defenses we're going to put into place are going to be defenses that we can do to make sure that we're using those systems to effectively achieve our mission. And again, the more similarities we have at the tech layer, the more similarities we can have at the safeguard layer. And that's the premise. So the research that we're going to be talking about here is really things, the results of feedback that come from a lot of industry studies. Obviously, some of the big ones, Verizon, all kinds of vendors on the threat side. Many of you probably know there's a lot of vendors that produce threat reports every year. So we pulled from them, MITRE, collective threat taxonomy, other sources like this, of course, so we get our feedback. There are some things that are sort of top of mind this year, though, things that we're seeing consistently, things we want to make sure we address. Lack of operational awareness, what I'll say, inventory is going to be one of the big things, still a big challenge. We still don't know what we're defending in many organizations. I see that, and just probably 80 to 90% of organizations I work with still aren't quite sure what we're defending. And in healthcare, we see that all the time. Phishing is not going away. Credential theft is still in place, especially from endpoints. Credential reuse, credential spraying, things that multi-factor could help with, again, because many places we don't have MFA still an issue here. Lateral movement, so once an endpoint's compromised, what happens then? Application abuse because of component vulnerabilities. Log4j, of course, is a great example of this, what we saw. Application abuse due to coding vulnerabilities. Again, still a big issue, whether it's for privilege escalation, side channel attacks, direct application server attacks, still a big issue. So these are some big ones, again, which are relatively standard, right? These aren't sort of rocket science, these are things we've been addressing for years, but they're also should be top of mind for us because frankly, these are things that we're seeing a lot today. Who says this is true? There's a lot of people out in the world who are talking about the things we're about to share. What I would pay attention to is pay attention to some of the cyber hygiene guides that exist in the world. Look at some of the big regulators, the big standards bodies that are out there. There are a lot of folks that are going to reflect the things that we're going to say here. If you want a comparative study of some of these, many of you know that that's where I spend a lot of my time is trying to understand these standards, relate these standards to each other. I just did a webcast for SANS last week. I have an annual webcast that I do every fall. That's a comparative study of standards, sort of a state of the union for cybersecurity standards. And I've done that every year for 3 years now, and that's always in September. So I just posted it at SANS Institute last week. SANS marketing people were awesome. They got it up on YouTube already. So if you want to copy that, go grab it. In fact, even the folks here, the moderators, I wouldn't be surprised if they've got a link that there for you someplace here. But it can kind of show you some of the places where we get this information from. One of the big things I would say, though, as we're talking about some of these models is I do want to have clarity. When I say cyber hygiene, there's a difference between hygiene models and legislative models. And this is a big thing that you're going to start to see taking place in the industry. This has been going on for a few years now. But what's starting to happen is you have different standards being released for different purposes. Some of these standards are being released for the purpose of telling you do these things and you have a greater chance of stopping an attack. Other standards are saying do these things and you'll have a lower chance of liability because you did not do your due diligence. And there's a big, big difference between the two of those. And so one of the things I always encourage you is you're looking at these standards. These standards are going to ask you to do hundreds of things. In fact, if I can be specific, as we did our research in the collective controls catalog, one of the things that we found when we were comparing about 70 different cybersecurity standards against each other and normalizing that data is we found that between those 70 plus standards that we've analyzed, there's only about 412 things that they really ask you to do. And to be fair, it's actually a little bit less than 400 because we added some things in there that we thought sort of rounded things out. So that being said, as you look at those hundreds of statements that these standards are going to ask you to do, sometimes people are going to ask you to do those because it's traditional wisdom that people are afraid to change that may or may not actually impact the way that we do business. And don't want to ruffle feathers on this one, but I'll say traditional antivirus, anti-malware to me is probably one of the biggest examples of things that we do traditionally because frankly, we've always done it and we're afraid to stop. And if you look at the research from the Conti group and some of the things that come out of the chats and things that when their data was dumped, read Brian Krebs' study on that. It'll change your perspective of anti-malware. And that's just one example that I could give you on that space. So the point is that there are things that we can and should be doing that are more in place because we know it's effective. We know it actually stops attacks. And there's other things that we do because we're more worried about due diligence. We're more worried about legislative models for defense, insurance models for defense. They're not the same thing. So keep that in mind as we're going through this. What I want to talk to you about today is more that hygiene side. What are the things that we know actually matter and let you defend yourself? One of the big things that happened when SANS Institute donated, Alan Poller, of course, was one of the original creators of the Center for Internet Security's CIS controls. And when Alan donated that content from the SANS Institute to the Center for Internet Security, which of course Alan had also founded, one of the big things I remember that they said in that meeting was they pulled me aside after the meeting and they said, James, as you go to CIS to help work with this project, there's going to be a tendency to move away from the things that are hard. Don't be afraid to ask people to do the hard things. And that was sort of a thing when Alan passed about 1.5 years ago that probably spoke to me more than anything, was just that mission I feel like he chartered me to have, was just this idea of don't be afraid to ask people to do the things that are hard if those are the things that make a difference. And that's the thing that I want to continue to pass on to people. And no other message I learned from Alan That was a kind of a big deal, and one that's always stuck with me as we're having these conversations. Some of these things are going to be hard, but we know that they work, and that's the point of it. We know if we don't, bad things happen. There's been plenty of presentations today. I don't think I need to sell anybody on this, but the reality is bad things sometimes happen when we don't have the time to put some of these controls in place, and we have some of these technical debts in place for that. So specifically, what are some things that I've been looking at this year or going into 2024? First of all, endpoint side. Traditionally we talk about asset inventory, OS patch management, vulnerability scanning. Absolutely, we still want to be doing those things. OS patch management, though, is starting to be integrated more and more into some of our existing tools, our endpoint defense tools. Also, same with vulnerability scanning. If you start to see with tools like Landsweeper and what Microsoft is doing with Defender for Business or CrowdStrike is doing, vulnerability management is starting to be integrated into our EDR agents, which makes you start to question, do we still need vulnerability scanning agents in addition to our EDR agents? Something we have to think about. But the things going forward, if I were in a position of looking at servers and workstations, first of all, this is something that we just need to knock off our list. This is changing. The defense of servers themselves is becoming less as we're moving to cloud native applications, but we still need to knock this one out and be good at this one. This is part of a simple part of our tech stack that we just have to deal with. And if I'm excited about nothing else going into 2024, it's that the NIST cybersecurity framework seems to be hinting that we should be doing application control, which is something that we've been pushing hard for almost 15 years now. We know that it works. We know that it's uncomfortable. We know that it takes a little time, but there are hundreds, if not thousands of organizations who have implemented these already, and it works, and we know that it works. We have some really good research coming from the Australian government on the importance of application control. I can't stress that enough. Same with multi-factor authentication. Again, I know that's been talked about a lot already today, so I won't belabor that. But again, multi-factor everywhere. As many times as you can set that up, ideally even with a SAML or an SSO kind of connection, something, again, to be thinking about into the coming year. Third-party patch management, not just OS patch management. If you're relying on Intune or Microsoft System Center and you don't have a third-party patch library or catalog that you're pulling into that, then you are probably not doing third-party patch management well. So make sure you have a tool that does patch management, but that handles your third-party applications, not just your operating system. And of course, not just identifying these vulnerabilities, but actually remediating what we discover. So many organizations, I'd say probably close to 95 to 99% of the organizations that I work with have really good vulnerability scanning programs, and frankly suck when it comes to vulnerability remediation. We do it when we can, it's ad hoc, but actually knocking things off the list is very, very bad. And every time I go into an audit situation, I almost always find vulnerabilities, real vulnerabilities, exploitable vulnerabilities that are like 3-4 years old. We just haven't taken the time to deal with them for whatever excuse, whatever reason we found. So I'm going to give you a few more of these slides, but I give these to you because what I want you to be thinking about is, if I'm going into 2024, right, you've got a few months here to be thinking about your priorities for next year. If there are things on these lists that you haven't done yet, please, I beg you, put them on your list, because we know these things work and they'll give you a better chance of success against some of these attacks that you've been hearing people talk about today. All right, on the network side, networks are changing, especially people who have gone through the pandemic. What we've learned is more and more people don't want to work in the office. Now, you look at clinical facilities especially, this isn't always something that's workable. Some of the insurance companies I'm working with and such, they still are doing some remote work, but clinical, that's not always going to happen. So when it comes to clinical facilities, we still have a need for people to be on site doing work. But the change that's happening in a lot of the facilities organizations we're working with is we found that the endpoint themselves are often untrustworthy. And this is where a lot of our problems begin. And so more and more with cloud native applications and more centralized resources like this, what you're finding is that campuses are becoming more, frankly, private ISPs that are enabling our workforce to be able to reach centralized applications, to be able to do some of the processing that's taking place. I'm not saying this is a mainframe environment. A lot of organizations have moved away from those, obviously years ago, although some of my insurance clients are still using them pretty heavily. But now we're moving towards centralized cloud apps or electronic medical records and such that are hosted by central large providers. And so what we're finding is then there's less of a need for some of these applications to be on-prem, and these on-prem locations are becoming more campus-based networks. So whereas before we think a lot about perimeter firewalls, VPN access, VLANs for performance, I'll admit today, often a lot of what I'm encouraging clients is to rethink VPNs. I don't know how necessarily they are in a lot of scenarios. Do we need to wrap TLS sessions with IPsec just to feel better about it? Is somebody really going to break those TLS sessions? Do we need a second layer? And so I start to ask myself, do we need those? And so the things I'm thinking more here, especially for these remote facilities, are host-based firewalls, host-based agents for management. So again, instead of doing vulnerability management, where you have one scanner on-prem scanning whoever can find on the network that day, having agents that report back to a central system, often cloud-based, to give you that same data so that we have a full coverage of the systems that are out there. So a few things there just to kind of keep our eyes out for. Again, we talked about campus networks being ISPs, using VLANs for access controls in VLAN privatization, not just for performance. So especially if we're thinking to start talking about these networks in terms of campuses, maybe we can start doing things like saying, all right, well, we're going to make a different floor in this hospital segmented from another floor. We're not going to let floor 1 talk to floor 2 because there's no reason for them to. And then maybe on floor 2, we say to ourselves, you know what? All of these nursing stations that happen to be on floor 2, they don't pull data from each other. So why do we let them ping each other? Why don't we consider things like VLAN privatization? Because what happens is all of a sudden, if someone takes over one of those machines, and then that someone tries to do lateral movement from there, what if they can't ping their neighbors? It makes it really hard to take over a box you can't communicate with. And so again, trying to think of these more as isolated stations as opposed to even subnets or VLANs with the ability to communicate to each other. So again, obviously a lot of this has to do with sort of the zero trust concept a lot of us are talking about and studying, but again, sort of changing our mindset that way. Also, on the software as a service, the cloud side of this, one of the things I know that a lot of us have been struggling with is how do we apply some of these concepts into cloud environments? And one of the things I will say that I'm very disappointed by with our industry is we still have a lot of effort we need to put into this as far as standardizing the way that we do security in these spaces. All of the standards, and I don't mean 99%, I mean all of the standards are written for on-prem. Even some of the big names that you would think would be cloud-centric are frankly not cloud-centric. We're just taking old traditional concepts of endpoint server defense and trying to fit them into a cloud environment, and it doesn't work that way. And the standards bodies still haven't really addressed this yet. It's something we need to come up with. And so traditionally in cloud environments, we talk a lot about things like a cloud application inventory or cloud access security brokers, right? CASB is sort of in traditional controls in that space, just trying to figure out where the data is and then trying to lock down what we can. But as most of you know, the CASB providers often only connect to certain companies, right? Just because my CASB can talk to Box doesn't mean it can talk to liquid files. And that makes a big difference in terms of CASB as far as doing access controls and things like that in those cloud spaces. So some of the big things we've been pushing hard and encouraging folks to look at is, of course, as I mentioned earlier, multi-factor everywhere. So taking the time to put that in place everywhere you possibly can. Also, of course, the cloud service provider account inventory, not just application inventory on the SaaS side, but account inventory. More and more of my clients are starting to get master accounts and such and link their accounts together. One of my favorite stories was working with a university, and they got a call from Box. And Box basically told them, hey, listen, we just wanted to offer you some enterprise management tools for your accounts. And the security team who had gotten the phone call said, oh, no, sorry, we actually haven't authorized Box on site. That's not our standard. We don't let people use that. And the Box person started laughing. And I was talking to the security people, the ones who told me the story. And the Box people were laughing. And they said, no, you misunderstand. We're not doing this as a sales call. You've got over 500 accounts with us already. We just wanted to make it easier for you to use it. If you guys have a policy against this, you probably have a bigger challenge on your hands. But that's often where we are. And so understanding where have our users signed up for accounts in these spaces, not just which providers we're using. And then getting into configuration management, especially consistency of those platforms. So let's say we're using AWS, for instance. Are we using Lambda the same way? Are we using IAM the same way? How are those being configured? You may have policies for configurations of things like group policy objects for servers and workstations, but how do you handle that for your cloud platforms? Do you have a, let's say, Active Directory group policy equivalent for dealing with GCP or Azure? And if you don't, that's something, of course, that we need to be talking about. And then, of course, on top of that is logging. One of the things I walked away from the SANS DFIR summit here recently was just the idea of not only logging, but forensics capability in these spaces. So logs, forensic artifacts, what can we pull from these cloud providers? Do we have those capabilities? Have we even taken the time to identify where those are available and where they're not? Even if I tell my clients oftentimes, it's really as simple as make a list of all the providers you have. That might be hard enough, but let's say that you have that, then maybe you answer the question, do we use MFA for this provider? Do we have them well configured? Do we get logs from them? Do we have forensic capabilities with this provider? And just answer yes or no, and figure out kind of the state of the union. I think most of us would be surprised when we start seeing those results. On the development standpoint, the DevOps side, I don't know that we really had a lot of standardization for this back in 2022, so I'm not sure that we really have that as a starting point, but we have to start reaching into that space as well and starting to develop standards. This is one thing, again, as I work with clients, what I find is that the standards bodies in most organizations want to do the right things. Developers want to do the right things. But the problem is there's no standard really methodology or safeguard libraries or standardization that's out there that says, this says you should do this. ISO says you should do this when it comes to these development activities. And so if people want to do DevOps or DevSecOps, that's absolutely great. I'm not opposed to leaving waterfall, moving through Agile, getting to DevOps. Like, that all sounds fine to me, as long as we have sufficient safeguards in place to be able to defend those areas and what we're doing. I think looking at cloud first architectures and making a decision, are we going to continue to support on-prem? What do these cloud first architectures look like? Obviously, software bills and materials, SBOMs, are a huge conversation point right now. Scanning code as part of a CI/CD pipeline, not allowing code to progress into production if it doesn't pass those tests. And of course, SLAs for vulnerability remediation in the code that we write as well. We did leave a lot of other things out. We only have a small amount of time today, a half hour or so is all we really have. So we had to be careful and sort of be thoughtful about what we wanted to put in this. But what I wanted to be able to do is say, what are those core things that if we're not doing, whether they're easy or not, we know would make a difference for us going into the new year. And so there are other things we could talk about: automated threat emulation, adversary deception, data loss prevention, Internet of Things, passwordless. A lot of people want to talk to me about passwordless. But at the end of the day, I'll be honest with you, I'm not having these conversations with my clients. I'm not having this conversation with my own organization if I don't have some of those other things in place. These are trendy, these are popular, people like to talk about them. I have no problem with that. I gave a presentation here to a board of directors at an energy company not too long ago. And I finished my presentation, the CIO stood up and said, "See, I'm really thankful, James, for the presentation. And we absolutely need to make sure we have DLP going into the new year." And the security team looked at me like, what the heck is he talking about? Because clearly I hadn't mentioned DLP at all in the presentation. But people have this mindset of the things that they want, the trendy things, the things that regulators are pushing them for, things that are top of mind. And that's fine, we can do those things. But the warning I always have is, we know that there are things that work, things that give us the best chance of success. Let's focus on those things and make sure that we have those as our priority. If you have the basics in place, then you can go from there. If you've laid the foundation, if you have basic priorities in place, then we can look at what's level 2 look like. And there's a lot of standards bodies that are out there helping to define that. And there's some good ones out there. If you look at the collective controls, that gives you sort of a nice broad aggregate perspective, like I mentioned earlier. 800-171 and 172 is getting a lot of good publicity right now. And if I were looking at a team and trying to pick a standard to look at, I'd be spending a lot of time looking at that one for sure. They've got a really nice, concise list of safeguards that I think are worth considering. Certainly the cybersecurity framework is getting some attention this year. The new ISO release is getting a lot of attention. Center for Security, their CIS controls, certainly near and dear to my heart, something that you may want to consider as well. So again, I know we only have a little bit of time today. Wish we had a lot more time. Certainly I'm talking very fast to give you as much information as I possibly can. But one of the things I always want to sort of reach out there and say that I wish I had more time to sort of answer questions today. We do have a lot of other events coming up. If you want to have an opportunity to sort of ask us more questions, a bunch of webcasts we put out this year alone. If you go to the SANS Institute, you can sort of see on my bio page, there's a few webcasts out there that I've been doing here recently that might help answer some questions. But as you're going through that and you have questions about some of the things that you're seeing, please don't hesitate to reach out. Students have been super respectful of me in the last 20 plus years. And I'm always happy to answer questions for folks as they come in. And this time, unfortunately, I probably won't have a lot of time for Q&A. But if you have a question that I didn't answer as I was going through some of this, don't hesitate to reach out to me. You've got my email there. I'm more than happy to answer some of those questions that you guys might have. And I appreciate you guys having me today. This has been a great opportunity to sort of hear from everybody here on the team.
Absolutely, James. Thank you so much for that. You really did touch on a lot of things that have been mentioned previously, just kind of providing more of a scope for everybody to kind of see. And I'm almost positive that as we push this recording out, people are really going to kind of go to that last part, just kind of go look at everything you posted. And I think that is absolutely phenomenal. Really do appreciate it.
Thanks, Rich. Appreciate it.
And I think a lot what you mentioned, honestly, really kind of pulls us into the next one. For you all to just watch James's presentation, one of the things he did mention there was vulnerability management and vulnerability remediation. David Hazar, getting ready to come on next, really is going to speak just to that. One thing I wanted to put out really quick, as far as the prize drawings of the giveaways, we're going to push those to the end. So make sure we're not spamming that in there. So if anybody has any phenomenal questions for David, he can see them. We can make sure they're answered so we don't lose anything. David, so happy you can be here. I know everybody's excited. We're on the home stretch, and you have a phenomenal topic that I'm pretty sure a lot of people are going to hear about.
All right. Thanks, Rich. Okay, let's talk about vulnerability management. Definitely something that's important in a healthcare environment. We need to figure out how to manage vulnerabilities in really one of the more complicated environments that we have. And we'll talk about that, some of the additional complexities there. But I kind of want to go through and talk about what the secret is, or what I feel the secret is, to vulnerability management in general, and then specifically in healthcare. I won't spend a lot of time here, but I do consult and provide services related to vulnerability management and cloud security. I've been doing that for a long time. I'm working with a startup on just-in-time access authorization and approvals, which I think is a great control for reducing impact. We know when we're going to log into applications, transfer money, things like that. If we're only allowed to do that just in time, great. And I do teach for SANS and author the Management 516 class on building and leading vulnerability management programs. I am not going to have you all sitting here on pins and needles waiting for my entire presentation to reveal what the secret is. I like to start with it up front. The secret to vulnerability management is managing our technology better. And I know that that seems lame, but let me give an example that is going to help you understand this. I worked with a large financial services firm when I was at Deloitte doing some consulting. And part of that was to do a maturity assessment of their vulnerability management program and identify where they were strong, where they were weak, give them some recommendations for how they can improve. And as part of that, review their backlog and figure out what was going on with all these vulnerabilities that they still had that were lingering in the environment. And so we did the first part, the maturity assessment first, and reviewing all of their documentation, which was part of the assessment, and then talking to the people and asking them questions about all of their processes and procedures and standards that they had documented. It was clear that they did a great job with patch management. Everybody agreed that they had no problems there. They had the standards, they had the processes, they had the procedures, they had the people, or at least, that was the impression that we were given up front. And then we went to look at their backlog, and by grouping their vulnerabilities by what is the ultimate fix to this type of vulnerability? Do we need to patch some software? Do we need to update an operating system? Do we need to make a configuration change? We were expecting to see a lot of configuration changes, right? Because patch management was amazing. However, when we broke it down, over 92% of the vulnerabilities were, we need to update Java, we need to update Windows, and we need to update Red Hat. So what's the deal? Like, patch management's amazing. Like, why are we seeing all these patchable vulnerabilities? Well, they had a reason. They had explanations for all of these. It didn't take more than 30 to 45 minutes to figure out that they couldn't patch Java because they had these large application server clusters, and hosted on those clusters were clusters were older Java applications that required older runtimes, which meant that if there was at least one of those Java applications on each of those clusters, they couldn't upgrade the runtimes on any of those servers. And that led to a large number of Java vulnerabilities because that number only grows over time as you have these older runtimes in your environment. And there was a small piece of that where there were like third-party software packages that installed their own Java runtime that was older. And so they had patched the core Java runtime, but not this third-party Java runtime that was bundled with this other software. Now, for the Windows vulnerabilities, it was a combination of legacy systems that had been excluded from patching, and then some false positives where IE9's installed according to my scanning product because it's looking in the registry and it sees a registry entry for IE9. But IE9 is not on the system. There's no binary that anybody could execute to start up the IE9 Internet Explorer 9 program. It's not there. And so that's not a real vulnerability. Even though it's an orphaned registry entry, there's no way of exploiting any sort of Internet Explorer vulnerability on that system. The Red Hat systems were a different problem. They didn't have enough people to patch the massive numbers of Red Hat systems that they had every month. So they had granted them kind of an off-the-books exception to patch a third of the systems every month. So 1/3 this month, a third the next month, and a third the next month. So they were always 2/3 behind on patching those Red Hat systems, which led to another chunk of that 92%. So we could have the best patch capabilities in the world, the best configuration management, all of that, and that would not have solved this company's problem. Now, the reason I say security incidents don't hurt is I've seen many situations where the buy-in for bigger change to solve some of these bigger issues is just not there, and they finally get that buy-in after a security incident. I had one organization where they were able to go ahead and say, if you go past your vulnerability windows, your remediation timeframes for any of these vulnerabilities, you lose access to the internet. And then that's outbound. If you go even further past the remediation timelines, you lose inbound access. And we don't care if you are the most important public-facing application in the organization, because it's going to be less painful than having another one of these security incidents. Now, that's an extreme example. Another one that was maybe less extreme is they got support for security to be the final approval on any of the run budgets within the organization. So build budgets, they didn't have any sort of oversight there, but the run budgets, if an organization or a team wanted to drop support for a certain software package, like they didn't want to pay for maintenance anymore, but they were going to continue to use it, security could say, no, you're not going to do that. If they're asking you to cut budgets, you got to cut budgets somewhere else, because we're not going to end up in a situation where we can't patch or upgrade that software. You either have to get rid of the software or you have to continue to pay that maintenance. And so we can't decide to take development teams and put them on other projects anymore. We've got to have teams to provide maintenance for these applications. And so those are just two examples of where, due to security incidents, they got some support for some more major changes that helps them manage this technology better. Healthcare specific challenges. Well, a lot of times in healthcare, we don't have end-to-end responsibility. We don't manufacture the devices. We might not be building all of the software. We rely a lot on third-party software. We may be leveraging cloud providers, and we have some shared responsibility there, which means that we are responsible for resolving some of the problem, but not all of the problem. Now, technically that can be a benefit as well, but when we're dealing with third-party applications, if they're not up to date, right? If they haven't resolved some of these vulnerabilities, or if they're bundling vulnerable software, it's not like we can just go upgrade that. We've got to wait for them to release a patch to their product that patches the underlying software that has the vulnerability, and that adds some complexity. We have lots of custom devices, hardware, software. I mean, yes, there are a lot of MRI machines in healthcare environments, but it's only in healthcare environments. We've got ICU beds that are hyper connected to our network that have lots of technologies. Like my brother, he works for Stryker Medical and dealt with their beds for a number of years. And there's lots of technology and complexity in those beds. They're very expensive. They tend to stick around for a long time. That's nowhere near as long as the MRI machines. But what happens when the vendor says, oh, this MRI machine is now end of life? Like, we're not going to support it anymore. We're not going to provide patches and configuration updates. Well, that's great. But if we had intended to use that for another 5 or 10 years, can we just stop using it and replace it? No, it's too big of an expense a lot of the time. And so that's a tricky situation to get into. And that's why we talk about segmentation. And that's why we maybe isolate these systems and have Citrix or other types of environments that we have to get into to access this software. We've got lots of firmware, like all those wireless and Bluetooth connections from the beds and other devices. I mean, if any of you remember some of the pacemaker vulnerabilities that came out a few years ago, where there were some concerns about pacemakers. So now it's not just a concern about loss of revenue. We're talking about impacting people's lives in a fundamental way. And how do you get everybody to come in to the doctor to update their pacemakers, right? What forces them to do that? And so you maybe live with some residual risk because people are either unknowingly or unwilling to come in to get those changes made to resolve those issues, especially if it's not just, hey, we can wirelessly update this system. It's going to require a replacement. Right now, we're talking about surgery in order to replace those devices. And so there are some unique challenges and issues. Now, what I want to talk about is kind of what others believe the secret is, what I hear about all the time from my peers, from students, from others about what the secret is to vulnerability management. And these are all important things, but they're not the ultimate secret. And we'll talk about why as well. So discovering everything, making sure we have complete visibility into everything that is on our network. Super important. There's an entire class of technologies now that's helping us do a better job of cataloging these. We have the traditional asset management tools that are doing active discovery. And then we have like the newer, they've been branded cyber asset attack surface management tools like Exonius and Jupiter One and Noetic and Sevco and Armis. And there's a bunch of them now that are passively just asking the different management technologies that we have, our cloud providers, our virtualization platforms, our networking and server infrastructure management capabilities, our Active Directory. What do we have on the network? And those systems have already cataloged a bunch of information. They're pulling that in, and you can do correlation on where maybe our vulnerability scanner is not scanning something, but we do have like a malware scanner on that or an EDR agent. And so we have this information already. It's just putting it into a central data lake so that we can do some analysis with that data. And that's great. And we can use it to get better coverage with our scanners and identify more patch and configuration issues. But ultimately, if we already have a backlog of millions of vulnerabilities, it's important, but getting from 95% coverage to 100% coverage isn't as important as making a big dent in that huge backlog of vulnerabilities that we have. And the only way to do that is through getting down to root cause of why there are these issues, and then figuring out a way to prevent that from happening in the future, right? That going back to that better technology management. Identifying all the vulnerabilities. This goes back to coverage again, right? Now we're not talking about asset coverage. We're talking about finding all of the things on those assets, all of the vulnerabilities. And it's similar thing, right? We could find more, like, we're missing that one vulnerability, doesn't have a great signature, it's hit or miss. And so we could look at investing in a new technology that finds more or finds things better. This is even more of a problem in the application security space than for our infrastructure. But it's going to take a lot of time, budget, and effort to do that. And we already have a lot of things that we could focus on for making this better. And if we solve the underlying cause of what's generating these vulnerabilities in our environment, then even if we're not discovering that one vulnerability, we may actually remediate it just as a function of doing things better. Prioritization. This is the one that you will find most often referenced when you look up solutions to vulnerability management. If we could just prioritize better, then we would be able to handle these massive backlogs of vulnerabilities. And I'm not saying there's no value there. There is, but if you go back to my first initial example, this is something that I've seen not just with that one company, but time and time again. I found that companies can actually take action on less than 25% of their vulnerabilities in their backlog without major changes, without larger projects. And so that adds some complexity here. Like for that one company, yeah, sure, they could prioritize the 8% of their backlog that wasn't into that 92% that was excluded, essentially excluded. Now, the problem for that company is IT knew that this was a problem, security knew that this was a problem, but they weren't escalating that up to executives, to the board, to let them know, hey, we can't solve these problems on our own. We need additional people, additional technology, better processes for managing these systems. I mean, we need to update to a new version of Java for all these applications, which is going to require tons of development effort, right? That's not something that usually security and IT can fund on their own. It's going to require special projects to replace those with either new applications or move those over to some sort of software as a service platform if you can recreate those capabilities in another platform. And so prioritize what you can address, but that assumes that you've already created your exceptions, you've already created your exclusions, which are kind of the larger groups of those exceptions, and done some of that root cause analysis. Consolidating vulnerability data. This is important, right? Getting all of the vulnerability data from all our different scanning technologies and assessment technologies into one place can be great for reporting and any of the prioritization that we can do. Help with communication, but if we centralize that into a security specific tool, or maybe we don't integrate well with other reporting dashboards and things like that, there's the struggle of getting people to come look at those reports, come look at that data to help them do their jobs better, right? We've got to think about how we want to do this consolidation, because there's lots of technologies here that can help us. Nucleus security, Kenna security, Brinca, RiskSense, who was acquired by Avanti, so I'm not sure what they're calling it now. There's a whole bunch of these out there that can help us do this consolidation. But if we consolidate into that tool, that's where the data is. That's where we can generate our reports. Do they allow custom reporting to help us do that root cause analysis? Do they integrate into our existing dashboards and things so that our operational folks can have visibility in the tool that they're using? Our executives, we can put the key risk indicators and key performance indicators on their dashboards. They may or may not, right? They may have ways of doing that, and we've just got to determine if that's a capability for us. If not, can we synchronize that data over to our own business intelligence environments, our own data lakes, so that we can do our own custom analysis, but also get the reports in the right place. Technology can help out a lot, but is usually not the solution here. Most companies have good technology for updating their systems, making configuration changes. On the application security side, for application layer vulnerabilities, technology is not going to remediate those for you. I mean, AI maybe is getting better. We have the co-pilots and other things that can maybe provide some help here in the future, and we should be investigating those. But a lot of times, if things are not getting patched, not getting configured, it's not a technology problem. It's a people process problem. There are exceptions or something that's holding us back. Another possible solution that people look to is to outsource remediation. We don't have enough people, or we think that a third party that's doing this for lots of companies can come in and do it better. Just realize that the reason why we couldn't patch and update these systems is not going to go away just because we're having somebody else do the job. And so for the things that can be remediated, this can provide value. There are going to be some pains here, right? Because if we couldn't get people to engage with our existing resources, that's not going to change by bringing in a third party. It could, just depends on how good that third party is at engaging and communicating with our stakeholders. And I've seen here where you bring in a third party, you set up your SLAs, your contractual obligations, and maybe you don't define those well enough. I had previous colleagues of mine that have gone into situations where they've outsourced remediation, and they're like, we can't get these teams to resolve the most critical vulnerabilities because they're already meeting their SLAs by just knocking off the easy stuff. They have the technology and stuff in place to automatically patch and configure things, and the SLA was you've got to resolve 90% of the backlog every month. And so they can just leave that 10% of the backlog that are the most critical, most hard to fix issues untouched, because they're getting to the 90% with the easy stuff. And that's a difficult one to solve. Now you got to go back and renegotiate contracts or try and find some way out of the contract and at least maybe make changes for future contracts. And that's just going to take time and effort to do that. Moving to the cloud seems to be a common solution to things these days. And anytime we do a digital transformation, there's an opportunity to do things differently, to not get stuck in the same positions that we were before. So moving our database platforms for maybe our less sensitive databases over to platform as a service with high availability, where the cloud provider is taking care of the updates and patches for us. That can be a pain point for many organizations that can be resolved by moving to the cloud. There are opportunities to leverage that shared responsibility model of the cloud to reduce the number of things that we have to manage on our own. And that can help us do better at managing the things that are left over. But in a healthcare environment, right, not everything can be moved to the cloud, right? Some of the things can, some of our technology, our electronic healthcare record systems and things like that might be able to be hosted there. But a lot of our devices and things that have to be present in the hospitals and in the different locations are, that's different. And then we have like biotech and pharmaceutical companies where they have research and development assets that maybe they're not comfortable putting into the cloud. And those can be difficult to update too, because they may be running deep analysis, and we can't just shut that system down to do a patch because it's going to run for months or years to do that analysis. And there's specific, classifications of systems. One of the things that I ran into with one of my customers is they had these GXP systems, which were any system that was involved in the formulation or manufacture of their drugs had to go through an extensive approval and validation process for every change. And there was a good reason for it, right? Because if that formula somehow gets modified or gets manufactured incorrectly, we have people that were sick that are not getting well. That's kind of the least impactful. We have people that are sick that are getting more sick because the formula changed or the drug was manufactured incorrectly. We have people that are dying because of that change, right? So there's a valid reason for having that validation, but it does slow things down. It makes change more difficult. Those are some of the challenges that we have to deal with, and we have to figure out solutions for. And I've kind of talked about some of these challenges as we've gone through some of the other sections, but I want to have time to focus on what better technology management looks like. There's no single solution for any organization or any industry. What it takes is, even though consolidation of data is not the answer, bringing that into one place and doing some detailed analysis of the data to tell us where we're struggling or where we might have roadblocks, and then reaching out to the teams to figure out what is the real obstacle behind why we can't resolve this grouping of vulnerabilities that share some common attribute. Is it a people problem? Is it a technology problem? Is it budget? What is it? Is it a third-party issue, right? Where we can't get a third party to update its software to deal with those transitive or downstream dependencies. Once we figure out what that is, then we can put in place the initiatives to make broader change. Now, there's other things that we can look at to streamline change. Like if we have difficult patch and configuration management approval processes, we can try to streamline that. We can move to immutable architecture and design, which works well maybe in the healthcare technology space where we don't have as heterogeneous of an environment. Maybe it's more homogeneous. We can just recreate things that are coming from standard images or approved images that don't have vulnerabilities, other than having to patch and configure those long term. I already talked about shifting to maybe more platform and software as a service capabilities, because we can leverage that shared responsibility model to our benefit. Looks like somebody came off mute. So a little background noise. Everybody could check that. And then, decommissioning things. That's not something that we think about all the time or we go to right away, but we need to figure out what we actually need. A lot of times we'll have replaced a system, but the other one sticks around for a period of time. And you've seen companies that have been bitten by that in the past as well. Adobe had a breach a long time ago because they had updated to their new Creative Cloud login system, but they hadn't decommissioned the old one, which was the one that got compromised, caused a headache for them. And just to wrap things up, because healthcare is such a difficult space where we're going to end up with a lot of these exceptions and things, we have to be creative around compensating controls. And so I think resource isolation is something that's very common in the healthcare environment, where we can't update those really expensive, MRI machines or ICU beds. Can we isolate them? Can we set up some sort of just-in-time access or authorization there? For our application layer vulnerabilities, web application firewalls. And at the end of the day, if we can't fix it. If we can't, we will do our best to reduce the risk through compensating controls, but we also have to have good monitoring and response plans, because the faster that we can identify and respond, the less impact that the attackers will have on our networks if they're able to exploit those vulnerabilities. And so I know we're out of time. I appreciate you giving me this time to talk to you today, and feel free to reach out if you have any additional questions. I'm pretty easy to find. I've got a unique last name, at least here in the US.
No, David, thank you so much. Really quick, for those, if we're still on LinkedIn, you can hop over to our YouTube channel. We should still be good there. Hopefully LinkedIn hasn't booted us at the 4-hour mark. But honestly, David, it really was phenomenal. We really enjoyed the information. It definitely tied in really well with what James had, kind of just showing up that whole hygiene portion of it.
Yes, that was very, very informative. Vulnerability management is a huge part of any, strategic cybersecurity plan.
Absolutely, absolutely.
You know what's just exciting, if not more exciting than that?
The giveaway.
Hey, everyone. Well, let's talk about these prizes again. We saw so much excitement in the chat about these prizes. Now is the time to enter in our keyword here. We are going to change them as this goes on. So if you want to enter in this giveaway, type in Vuln in the chat now. VULN.
One time's all you need.
One time. That's all you need. It's one per person. We clarified that earlier. One per person. It doesn't capture multiple attempts.
But no, as we wait for people to enter, Stacy, I just want to say I really appreciate everybody that has stayed with us. If you've been here since 10 a.m. our time or the very beginning, super hats off to you. Kudos for that one. That is 4 hours is a long time to buckle down. And I greatly appreciate it. We know how valuable your time is, and you gave us a lot today. If you came in and out during this sessions because certain things maybe piqued your interest more than others, hey, we still definitely appreciate you showing up and hanging out with us today.
Yes. And thank you to everyone in the, all of these different streams, wherever you're watching. We couldn't have done this without you. We do this for you, and we want to make sure that you enjoy this. We want to be able to give things away and continue things like this. So where there's an opportunity, please give us feedback. We really hope you enjoy these talks. And also a big thank you to everyone behind the scenes. There was a lot of people here at SANS, as well as these instructors, that put a lot of hard work into all of these talks. So let's get a nice little round of applause for them, and we will go ahead and draw one of our prizes here.
This is so exciting.
I know. I love seeing it scroll. It's my favorite.
Hey, I was on there. I
saw you.
Dan, with that Air Force logo.
Yeah. To claim your prize, email contentmarketing@sans.org. Congratulations, Dan.
Another round play. Good job, Dan. Go Air Force. I was Army, but still, go Air Force. I love all the services. I think we have another one. I think we have two more.
We have two more. We have one more $750 discount that we are drawing for now. And then we will have, it almost hit the Squirtle. I'm sorry. Congrats, Jason. I just got excited every time I see that Squirtle pop up. Congrats, Jason.
Congratulations. That Squirtle has been around, I think, for everyone.
Yeah. I get, as you can tell, I'm a pretty big Nintendo fan. So every time I see it pop up, I get a little excited. Jason,
congratulations, Jason.
Yes, definitely email contentmarketing@sans.org to claim your prize. So now we have one left, the grand prize, the bee's knees, the cat's pajama prize.
Net Wars Core Continuous, 4 months of access to an awesome CTF that really lets you kind of put those skills to the test.
Yes.
Let's see where we go. Here we go.
We got it. Whoa.
Carl on YouTube.
Carl, congratulations. You have won our grand prize, our Net Wars Core Continuous Access. Let's go, Carl.
Congratulations. I think that's all we have, Stacy. I don't.
It's all we have for today.
Kind
Again,
of sad. I'm sad we're leaving you all.
I'm sad we're leaving, but I'm happy we did this. I'm happy we were all here. I'm happy to see all of you. And another congratulations to all of those prize winners.
Yes, the prize winners, the participants, the speakers, everybody behind the scenes, everybody, phenomenal. Hats off to you. Huge congratulations. I would shake all your hands and clap, but we're all remote.
Yes.
But everybody have a great day. Have a great weekend.
Great day. Hope to see you in the next one.